Da-da-da. You tried to screw it up.
No.
You're timing it. It's a Thursday morning. You're hanging out in the breaker. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, how's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Heat wave this morning feels like 41, although the wind chill will get you down to 23 for a little while. Going to be rainy this morning, the remnants of that snowstorm we got last night.
Very sloppy out there.
Yes, it is sloppy, but the roads are a hell of a lot better than they were around ride home. Man, it is amazing.
Oh, the 5 o'clock run?
Bro, like I was driving home. I was driving my daughter home from the rink last night. You couldn't see road anywhere.
Well, that was like the thick of it, right?
Yeah, well, it was even 9 o'clock this morning. It's total pavement. So do be a little careful if you are taking side roads and stuff. High of 41 today. This is going to be a rough day, I feel like.
Why?
Well, we're a regimented show. And one man in particular, if any part of his morning is thrown off.
Uh-oh, what happened?
He's bad. And, it could not have been more thrown off. Because, Tommy, you get here at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
You got your Yeti mug of coffee.
Yeah. Thank you, Kimmy.
And then you bring one more thing in every day.
I bring a bottle of water.
Get your bottle of water.
'Cause I keep a couple of cases in the car.
Hey, Kimmy, remember when I said you should always keep a case of bottled water in the car, and this man made fun of me for 5 years?
It's not an emergency. It's for here.
Okay. Well, it became an emergency because Tommy walks in this morning, Kim, and he goes, damn it!
I forgot to move the new case out of the trunk and into the front seat.
You're out of water.
Yep.
So, Kimmy, if you have a case of water in your car and you don't have your water for the show, the solution would be
Just go grab it.
out of the car across the street.
Yes.
I mean, it is 40 degrees outside. It's fine.
It's so
Yeah, it's
sloppy.
not bad. I mean, I would understand if you don't want to go if it's icy and snowy and.
But it's all
gross out.
sloppy out there.
Oh,
Really? I
sloppy.
mean,
There's got to be 3 inches of slushy muck out there.
Slushy muck.
So instead of going out to the car, you decided.
I went upstairs to buy a bottle of water out of the machine.
How
Okay.
much was it?
Oh, hold on. Boy, he may not know.
Oh.
Because, so we go our separate ways,
Yeah.
right, as we do in the morning. And then I go upstairs to go fill up my water bottle because I'm not a money lighting on fire ass bitch.
I like to give money back to the city, even if it's only $1.50.
The city doesn't control the vending machine.
Well, you got to spend in the city.
Okay. So, Kimmy, I go upstairs, and, Tommy's deaf, so he doesn't know I'm behind him.
Yeah.
And he's standing in front of the vending machine. And he's tapping his card on the chip tap
Yeah.
card.
And I've used it before. No sweat.
Sure. But it's not working.
Right. Keep
And-
saying, no.
And he's arguing with the vending machine while he's
I'm like,
doing
what
it.
the
No.
F, man?
Like, he's literally
no.
having a conversation with the vending machine. Like, the vending machine is going to finally reason with him. Like, all right, here's what you can do, and this is what I'll do for
And
you.
I use that card every day, right? So then I start swiping, but I was
Yeah.
swiping it wrong.
Oh, no, you're getting way ahead of yourself
What,
here.
what?
Because, Kimmy, I don't know how long he had been standing there talking to this machine,
Right.
But I get up there, and he hears me finally,
Yeah.
and I'm howling with laughter,
Yeah.
which is making him more frustrated. So
Yeah.
now he wants it to work because I'm standing there. He kept tapping the chip. You tried 7 times.
Yeah.
Why, if it didn't
Or
work
maybe
the
he'll
first
catch.
6,
Maybe
catch?
it's got a glitch.
What is it, a fish hook?
I don't know. Maybe there's like a smudge on the card or something.
Okay, so then you decide you're going to
So I
swipe.
swipe,
Yeah.
but I was swiping it wrong. I flip it around, swipe this way. Then I'm swiping correct, nothing.
We
Nothing.
obviously figured out because I see you have water there.
Well, here's the thing.
So I go to the other machine, which
Oh.
is that there's like a beverage machine, then there's like the candy machine.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I go, let me try over here. I was going to buy you a bag of nuts.
Oh,
How nice.
No nuts for you today, buddy.
Damn it.
Didn't
Because
work
wouldn't
there
take.
either.
Same thing.
wouldn't take. Will you stop saying wouldn't take?
wouldn't take.
That's not how it works. Doesn't take or not take.
Okay.
It's on the fritz.
So I go, just use another card. He took his card out of his wallet. He didn't bring his whole wallet. He took his card out and walked upstairs.
So I had to walk downstairs, get my other card, go back upstairs, and then it takes.
Oh.
Stop saying takes.
So is your card. Your card was the problem.
I guess, but I use it all the time with no sweat, except for that stupid machine.
Well, no, it is weird. Like some days, like if I have to get a soda out of the machine, like it'll take one card and not work, and then it'll take another card and
Yeah.
not work. It's like the weirdest
Okay.
thing. But
Yeah.
watching this old man fight with technology that he clearly does not understand.
Well, I don't understand. Who understands this stuff?
No, I mean, I get it. I understand that if you try it twice and it doesn't work, maybe you should stop.
Well, back in my day, if you jiggled it or something, it would loosen something up in there.
Oh, it would take.
Yeah, it would
It
take.
would take there. So here's the thing. I do feel sympathy for you, as funny as that was
Mm-hmm.
to watch, because when you rely on tech that fails,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
it will destroy the rest of your day.
You
Oh,
have
sure.
no other options too.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not like you could. I guess you could use the water fountain, but I don't see. You
Man, I
doing
ain't
that.
putting my lips my Christian lips on that
Honestly,
scuzzy.
I
Do you
don't.
see that?
I wouldn't use it either.
That water
It
fountain
looks like
downstairs.
it's rusting over.
It's corroded. It's never been cleaned.
Yeah.
I don't know how much. God knows what diseases, Ebola and everything else that's in that
Ebola.
thing.
We have a water filter like jug, and
Bro,
we have cups
they
upstairs.
never.
Oh, okay. We do have the water jug.
It's serviced by the
Yeah.
company.
that gets
Do you see
replaced.
that dude?
Yes, I do
would,
actually.
I would use the water jug.
That's what I get every morning, and I'm
I
fine.
ain't touching that water.
No, but Kimmy, the perfect example of learning to rely on technology are vending machines. Because the last couple of years, almost every vending machine you ever see has that credit card
Yeah,
technology.
doesn't take coin.
You got it. So you don't have to carry cash anymore if you want something out of the vending machine. But if your chip doesn't work, which actually happens on a pretty regular basis
Yeah.
with these chip vending machines, you don't have cash, so you are straight SOL, and it is infuriating because not only can I not get this, it's right behind
You
the
can
glass.
see it.
Yes, I have the money, and I would like to exchange my
I want
money.
to give you my money.
Yes, for goods and services, and I can't do it.
It's like visiting somebody in prison when you're on the phone. How they treating you in there? You all right, man? Yeah, yeah. Those your buddies right there? Yeah, good guys.
And that chip card, I mean, look, I'm not going to pretend to understand the technology, right? But it doesn't work close to as much as it should.
And you
Yeah.
feel really dumb and old when it doesn't.
Bingo.
Because
Especially when
I'm like,
there's
is
some
this
ass
not
standing
working or
behind
am
you
I
laughing.
just an idiot?
I was laughing at you arguing with the machine. And again, you tried it 7 times.
I argue with a lot of things that don't have brains.
252 WCMF, 252-9263 this morning. Tommy forgets his water bottle in the car. He's got a case of water in the car. So instead of going out to the car, he gets his credit card, goes upstairs to the vending machine. He's trying to tap the chip on the thingy. It's not working. So, like a genius, he tries it 7 times. He's arguing with the machine, not knowing I'm standing there watching him. You were saying, Kimmy,
I was going to say, do you find yourself talking to things that are not alive more and more the older you get? Because
Yeah.
I noticed that
You will.
in my Italian relatives, they all talk to themselves. Like the older they get, the more they talk to themselves.
Telling people to listen. The toaster, myself. I think I talk to myself a ton where it freaks my wife
Yeah,
out.
my mom does it now. She's gotten way worse than she used to be.
Because my wife will think I'm on the phone with somebody. But she knows I don't have any friends. It's baffling.
I always assumed because we drove alone
Oh, my God, yeah.
that we talked. That's why we talked
If
to
you spend a
ourselves.
lot of time by yourself, I think, yeah, like isolated like that for hours at a time.
Yeah, like
You have to, or you'll go crazy.
I just assume all folks that drive trucks or delivery trucks or
Oh, yeah.
whatever talk to themselves. But here's the thing. I also am aware of how psycho it looks when you're caught talking to yourself, because there's been a couple of times here where I'll be in the bathroom talking to myself, unaware that someone has taken a dump.
Really?
Yes. And then I have done everything I can in my marriage to make sure my wife doesn't catch me talking to myself.
Oh, I've given up on that 2 wives ago.
That
Yeah.
she doesn't think you're a
Oh,
psychopath?
she pointed it out to me.
Okay.
She goes, you're doing that. I go, yeah, but I can't stop it. I don't even know I do it. But we had a guy on the old show who you work with.
Yeah.
He would talk to himself while we were on the air into a microphone.
Like he's having his own conversation.
We would be like doing like this, and then all of a sudden you would hear him on the other mic, and we go, John, what are you doing? He goes, what? Like he didn't even realize he was doing it.
I think it's an Italian thing. Mine is Pat.
Well, you don't get more Italian than Tutulio.
Tutulio?
Yeah.
No, that's the pizza rolls. It's Tutulio, and he's a good man. Don't you be smart. It's a good
I
name,
love the
Tutulio.
kid, but he does it.
The kid.
Yeah, well, he's younger than me.
He's younger than you by like 7 years.
No, he's barely in his mid-60s.
He knows how to use the chip upstairs. No, like the talking to yourself thing.
Yeah.
Tell me if you do this, because now I'm starting to feel like a psychopath. I never intend on talking to myself from the beginning. It always starts as a thought in my head, and then I get so deep in thought.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
But I don't realize I'm talking to myself until I'm like
Till
3
somebody else is
sentences in,
around.
or like either somebody hears me, or like I'll be walking in from my garage, and I'm like, yeah, and then you do. Wait, whoa.
So I do something else because I walk the dog every day in the afternoon. I just walk her around the neighborhood. I will talk to the dog while I'm walking her.
Oh, I think that's standard.
Yeah.
And I will also sing her dirty songs.
That's
Okay,
weird.
that's
Now, there's nobody around. There's no kids around. But I'll do
that's
like
good.
a lot of old dirty songs that I remember
What?
to the dog.
That I can't justify.
Is
Why?
that just you trying to get dirty songs out of your system?
I guess. But they're just there, and they come into my head.
Wait, are these songs you make up or actual songs?
No, they're like from old comedy
Okay.
albums and stuff like that. I mean, sometimes I embellish a little bit more.
Well, yeah, you want to give this dog a good show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I used to listen to all those dirty albums and everything. Remember I turned my nephew on to Rudy Ray Moore? and
Yeah.
the kid loves him now.
Yeah. That's weird.
What?
Singing your dog
Yeah.
dirty
Yeah.
songs
Yeah.
alone, walking in public.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I do talk to her and stuff.
No, I mean, talking to the dog is fine. I
but
get
it
that.
still looks kind of weird.
No, I don't know. I think every dog owner talks to their dog when they're alone.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
No?
All right.
I wouldn't be weirded out if I came around the corner and found my wife having a conversation with the dog.
Tell her to try some dirty limericks.
Yeah, I don't think my wife knows any dirty limericks.
Everybody knows something.
I mean, the dirtiest thing she's got is probably like Lydia, the tattoo lady. Lydia, oh, Lydia. Have you seen Lydia? I mean, like any living thing, I think you're allowed to talk to and not look weird. Bird, dog, cat, ferret, whatever. Snake would be weird.
Why snake?
I
Well,
don't know.
yeah.
I feel like a snake can't hear you. I thought
They also don't stick around for the conversation usually.
I don't know. Like
They usually haul ass pretty quick.
all right, let me try this again. Any animal that will react to you talking to it is okay to talk to. Right? Because if the animal will look at you while you're having the conversation, like it feels like you're having the conversation back and
paying
forth.
attention.
Exactly. Like if the animal won't pay attention, and I'm assuming a snake's not going to
Well,
do it.
most
under a
reptiles, that
log.
would be, because they're so freaking stupid.
And you can't. If you talk to a fish, you're a weird.
But fishermen talk to the fish when they're fishing.
But when they can't see the fish,
Yeah.
they're outwardly like, "Come on, you sons of bitches."
I
Where
actually
Yeah.
don't think fish are as weird as you think because it looks like they're looking at you.
No, but they can't hear you.
No, I know.
Do fish have ears?
I don't think so.
Can we
Where
Google
would they
it
be?
on the side of their head?
Well, that's where the gills are.
No, that's.
I've never seen a fish ear.
Well, it wouldn't look like a human ear. Like you know.
Yes, fish have ears, but they're not visible from the outside.
Ah, there you go.
I thought they just felt like vibrations. and
She
stuff.
literally just said
It
fish
says-
have
So
ears.
they can
It
hear.
says it helps them detect sound vibrations, so I would
Oh,
assume
all right.
that's
That would be what an
that's-
ear
yeah.
does. So they have ears that can hear.
So they can put a fin up like that and they're hard of hearing.
Located behind their eyes.
Oh, yeah, but you know what? You're right, because Flipper took instructions.
It's not a
That's-
fish.
that's a
It's a
mammal.
dolphin.
Same thing.
No, it's not. This-
It's the same thing.
Not
No.
What, because it's got a hole in its head?
We have a dynamite fish have ears kind of breakup for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, I think we're going to pitch it out. I think we already started
Well,
it. Yeah.
you're being a weird ass bitch today.
Why, because I talked to myself?
No, because you're singing dirty songs to your dog. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. And it's rare, based on this conversation,
Yeah.
where Tommy Muley can actually offer advice that would help someone.
But I got some.
Well, we're in this situation right now because what I thought was a unique situation for you
Yeah.
maybe is more common because a man who listens to the show
Yeah.
wrote us on Facebook, and he at work is going through an exact situation that you yourself went through 3 separate times
Oh, yeah.
when you were working at the grocery store. And he's in a bad way because he doesn't want to be where he is anymore based on the embarrassment of what happened.
Yeah.
Yet, he's afraid that if he walks for another job, the grass won't be greener.
Gotta eat,
And
bro.
I want to say this to you,
What's that?
all right? Look, this is a man's life we're talking
Yeah, you
about
don't
here.
screw around with this crap.
And I'm alarmed that he thinks that you'll be able to help him, period.
Well, I do have a unique experience
I-
in this particular thing.
Agreed, which is why we're going to do this. But I'm begging you,
Yeah.
please,
All right.
please, no, shut up and listen.
I'm listening.
Please understand that if this man takes your advice,
Yeah.
whatever it is,
And implements it.
it could alter his life for both the positive and the negative.
Well, that's what advice is, right?
We'll get to it. Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tom,
Yeah, buddy.
how'd you like to be 104 years old?
Oh, I'd take it.
Okay. Oh, there's a woman in Livingston County who recently turned 104.
She's a $104.
She's a $104, buddy.
Ooh.
Bro, she's alive.
Oh, yeah.
She's got, much like a fish, she has ears.
Or
and
better.
she was asked for her 104th birthday what her wish would be that year.
Okay.
Something she's never done.
Exactly. And she picked something she had never done before. Kimmy,
Yeah.
as this story plays out,
Yeah.
it went from a really cute story.
Yeah, was it ever a cute story?
All right, I'm a
It was-
little-
I looked at it, I was like, whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, I
It's a little
guess.
strange.
I guess from the.
So this is on her wish list of things to
yeah.
do?
I guess a bucket list.
Yeah.
I guess from the jump it was strange.
I'm all about new experiences, but I don't know why you'd want this one.
But here's the thing: when you combine Kimmy this experience with a quote from her to
Yeah.
a law enforcement officer,
Yeah.
sounds like Grandma might have something in her past.
Like sketchy?
I'll let you be the
Okay.
judge, and we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You'd think you make it past 100. There isn't a lot of things you haven't done.
Well, yeah, or what else can you actually do physically?
Well, I guess this is a story in no matter how much time you have,
Yeah.
you'll always have wishes.
Okay.
And that on its own is fine. Where the story starts to get odd is, I mean, you're right, Kimmy, the wish out front is a little bit strange. But
Yeah, I
there's,
guess I understand being curious, but do you actually want to do it?
but past that, Kimmy, there was a quote in this story where this bright spot goes from being bright
Yeah.
to really
Yeah.
suspicious.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45, there is a man just east of us who is in some serious trouble.
What happened?
Well, this story, if the allegations are true, is proof that if your company, the place you work, is big enough, someone today is stealing stuff from your job.
I mean, the odds kind of make sense.
Yeah, but what this guy allegedly was doing.
Get a whopper.
And how he was caught, man. We'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So earlier this week, 13 Wham did their Bright Spot. You know?
Yeah.
It's like their cute human interest fluffy story. And this story involved a 104-year-old woman. Her name is Loretta. She lives in a nursing home in Livingston County. And
She's buck 4.
she's 104
Damn.
years old. She just turned 104. And the nursing home asked Loretta for her birthday what she wanted. And she said,
Air. Wait, she's got a bucket list?
yes, she does.
Everybody has a
At
bucket
that
list, no
age-
matter how old you are.
You know, I got to tell you,
I think,
Loretta,
like-
you ain't got any tomorrow in that bucket.
She's
How do you
gonna-
have a bucket list?
Wouldn't
of
you think the older you get, the more that bucket list shows up? Because you
Yeah, but you
realize
better
how
get
many
to
things
it.
you realize how many things you haven't done.
So what you want?
Loretta, when asked, told the nursing home
Yeah.
she wanted to go to jail.
Jail.
Jail. Said she'd never seen the inside of a jail cell, and it's something she always wanted to do.
You're in a nursing home. It's pretty much the same thing, man. You're kind of in jail. Old lady. That's old lady jail.
What is wrong with
I
you?
know.
I mean, you're a
I
prisoner
know.
of your own body.
Will you stop?
But you are.
You're being taken care of.
That's what jail is. They
I don't-
take
I
care
don't-
of
I
you.
don't
Here's
think
your
so.
food. There's your shower. So she went the full treatment?
I'm going to talk.
Like deep cavity search and everything?
Oh, my God. I'm going to talk to Kimmy now.
Well, we made a mistake.
Yes.
Welcome to the Rock, Loretta. Spread 'em, bitch.
Oh
So,
my God.
the Livingston County Sheriff's Department.
Wait, they fulfilled her wish?
Yeah, why wouldn't they? They bring her in. They gave her a tour of everything they have there. There's
So
a
they put her
picture.
in the squad car, the whole thing, like
Uh,
she's under arrest?
Well, she was in a wheelchair, so I don't know if they can get her in the squad car, but there's a picture of her in her wheelchair in the jail area. She's holding a set of shackles with a big smile on her face. They also took her out for coffee and cake when it was all said and done. And here's the thing. It's a real cute story of a woman crossing off an item that
Yeah,
she
it's
always
That's a
wanted.
very
to do.
odd request.
Okay. Would you be alarmed if this is something your Gam wanted?
Yeah, I mean, that out of nowhere.
Well, do you start
I'm
to-
also pissed off if I'm in jail. Like, she gets cake?
It was
This is a
Well, she's
joke
not.
to you,
it
lady?
was a holding cell. It wasn't like a jail. It's like at the police station.
Yeah.
But still,
I don't think
there's
there was
guys
anybody.
in there.
I don't think there's no. I don't think
There's a
there's
holding area.
Bro, my dad was a cop. There was never anyone in the holding area. They just keep
I've been
there
in the
until-
holding area.
Yeah, and like I said, you're a nobody. There's a nobody in the holding
I
area.
feel like the older you get, especially at that age, you start to make requests that a toddler would also make.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I could also see like a little kid be like, I want to see what jail looks
Right.
like.
Or you mean like a man who's like, I want to go look at cranes all
Yes,
day.
exactly.
So, Kimmy, would you be
I want to
alarmed?
see the fire truck.
Well, you know, the siren gets really loud when the fire truck turns the siren on.
It really hurts his ears.
Kimmy, would you be alarmed if your grandma asked to go inside
I
a jail
think a
cell?
little bit. I would try to, figure out if there's something else she'd rather do. Like, you don't really, even if she was interested, I'm like, there's other stuff you want to do,
But
right?
that's
Like,
not
there's
where you're
other more
going.
fun stuff you want to do.
We'll get there. But to your
Yeah.
point, Kimmy.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe at 104, you've done so many things. You start
Maybe,
having
yeah,
to,
I guess,
reach into,
just-
your deepest. Like, you know what I've always wanted to do? This.
Right.
Okay, so here's the thing. At base level, it's a little strange,
Yes.
but a cute story. Then it gets suspicious.
So what are you thinking?
All right. Well, she started talking to the sheriff's deputies. This is including in the story. And one of the deputies asked this woman what her secret was to living to 104. And while sitting in this jail cell, she responded to the sheriff's deputy, and I quote, "Mind your business."
Okay.
She did the throat cut signal with
No,
her
she
thumb.
did
No,
not.
she didn't do that, you idiot. But she did say,
I'd respect that, though.
"Mind your business."
Okay.
To a cop while sitting in a jail cell
Okay.
that she wanted to see. What did this woman do in her past?
So
Not
you're
enough
thinking
to put her
about
in
something
jail.
sketchy she did like in the because she's got to go back to.
Well, she's 104. She would have been born in 1921.
So she was a young girl during the Depression. She'd be my mother's age or my father's age.
Yeah. So she would have.
She grew up during a depression.
She would have come of age right as World War II was starting.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, bro, they bring her into a jail cell.
So you think something's sketchy in the past?
I'm just going to present this to you. 104-year-old woman, her only wish is to go see inside of a jail cell. They ask her how she lived this long, and she tells a cop, mind your business. Now, I don't know if she's telling him to mind his business or if she's telling him, hey, minding your business makes you live this long. But saying mind your business inside a jail cell is a little ominous.
Yes, and it's very open-ended, to your point. You can interpret it that, oh, that's a cute saying, or in the 30s, you knifed a hobo.
I mean, that's just it. Like, here's the thing, man.
Trying to steal a pie off a sill.
Because, like, when you think about people of that age and the things they had to live through, and I am not here.
They've lived through every
they've
modern,
seen a lot.
They've seen every modern convenience. Think about that.
Absolutely, you're right.
The evolution of everything.
And it's remarkable to have that kind of life experience, right? To have, living in a time where the automobile was kind of a rare thing to now living in a time where,
modern conveniences,
Modern conveniences. Look, I guess what I'm getting at is this. When it comes to what Gam would ask for, right? Like this 104-year-old woman wanting to see a jail cell in Avalon. Not that they wouldn't deserve it, but like when you're willing to grant those wishes that they have, there are two major potential problems.
What's that?
One, their request would be so out of this world, expensive, dangerous, or hard to pull off that it would inconvenience you.
Yes.
Okay.
Like,
the person could die.
Yes. Well, I mean, you die at 104 with
no,
all
but
due respect.
at your hands because you helped her, skydive.
Okay, so skydiving. What are you going to tell them no if they want to skydive?
We've seen those stories though. We've
But
seen
you're not
like
even
elderly people wanting to skydive for the first time.
Yeah, that's not even skydiving at 104.
What is it?
You're jumping out of a plane. I call it skydiving.
That's just like throwing meat out of a plane.
Kimmy,
yeah.
Your elderly relative could want to take some exotic trip, but that means
But that's doable.
Yeah.
Well, here's the problem.
Well, that might be the least likely thing, just based on can they get there?
Well, but see, here's the thing, Tommy. You know this with your dad. Whether or not he could do something he wanted to do.
Oh yeah.
So like. You could be spending a fortune to put someone around a foreign country in a wheelchair for a week, and you want to make them happy, but it's going to come at a cost of maybe their health, their comfort, your wallet, your comfort.
It happened to my cousin with her friend.
For example?
She died.
Wait, what?
She died on the plane.
No.
I told you this story.
No.
I don't
So my
remember.
cousin, she's older. She's in her late 70s, and she had a friend that they wanted to go to Africa and all this stuff.
So it's a long plane ride.
Yeah, do the safari and everything. So
she died.
They do it. She dies on the way home on the plane.
Oh, she got to do it.
She got to do the whole thing.
It is kind of romantic.
Yeah.
So, because what happens when you die? That flight was like 12, 14 hours, and the woman she just like took a nap and took it too far, man, and she was gone. But she got to do it.
Yeah.
But my cousin had to be with her, get off the plane and everything, and then you got to wait for her luggage. And, she comes sliding down. She bangs her head. People are grabbing and grabbing. Somebody was grabbing another body. No, that's my friend. But true story, man.
Okay. Do you know how early into the trip she passed?
On the way home?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right after the peanuts. Had an allergy, turns out.
Yeah. Probably. Well, obviously, they didn't turn back, so it would have to be the point of no return.
Yeah.
Right?
But see, the second part is kind of what you touched on a second ago, the problem with granting an elderly family member, like, what do you want to do? You could find out something you don't want to know about that family member.
Yes, you could.
Because if one of their wishes is to right a wrong or correct a mistake, there could be a family secret you are not ready to pour out of their face.
Yeah, it'll change your whole outlook on that person.
Some regrets that they have.
Yeah.
Well, like, for example, Kimmy, if you ask, your 90-year-old grandma what she wants to do, and she tells you, I want to meet my son I put up for adoption at 16. Right? I want to go to the grave of the hobo I stabbed in a bar fight in 1938. Like, we all got secrets, man.
Yeah, but once you get to that age, those people could be dead.
Yeah.
No, but you're still going to find out.
You will find out. It will change your outlook on that person.
And tell me if I'm wrong here, and maybe I am way off base, but I always assume the older the person, based on different societal rules back in the day, the more devastating that secret and regret they have is going to be.
Sure.
Right? Based on how people were treated, based on what was okay versus what isn't okay now. Like, I have a grandfather that is now in his mid-80s.
Yeah.
Right? And I have nothing suspicious about him. But if he sat down and said, I want to tell you something about my past, I'm going, la 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 la.
Don't tell me.
Curiosity would get to me, though.
No. You want to know?
Bro, I told you the stuff I found out about my grandfather. And it's horrible.
Yes, but like you laugh about it. I couldn't laugh about that. I couldn't laugh about my grandfather escaping New Orleans with a teenage girl he knocked up.
Question, though. Would it help you?
My Lord.
In your own identity, if you found out some things about grandparents, like, oh, now I see that in myself, or
Yeah, it
maybe
might
that's
explain a few
why I
things.
do things. Like, I'm not, I get it from somewhere. Not necessarily
Like
the
when you knocked up a
horrible
teenage kid
thing.
and escaped New
Not
Orleans.
so much
No,
like
but
the
it can give you
horrible
clarity
things.
to things that you feel or you don't
Or
understand.
or things you've seen in your parents, and that explains why they act the way they do. You know what I mean?
What you are saying is logical, Kimmy, and what you're saying is
Again, like I'm not thinking of like the most horrible thing, but just like weird, because you only see your
it'll
grandparents
explain
as
some things.
grandparents.
I mean, listen. I mean, like when I cleaned up my parents' house, when they were going into the nursing home, like they had stuff in there I didn't realize they had in there and stuff, and it just kind of like that freaked me out. But
Okay, I mean, I get it.
all right.
I just don't think I'm strong enough to be able to like see a family member
See them
in a
as
different
anything
way.
other than what you know.
Especially right before they go.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
because you wouldn't even have time to reckon with, okay,
Explain.
exactly. Like,
But you will reckon with it through time. Your mind's going to make those adjustments.
It's
Okay.
it also could be hard at that age too, because you have to also go back and forth with like, was it really that way? Or are they getting old and remember things differently? You know what I mean? Like, is that really who they were, or are they just kind of like, not really thinking straight anymore?
So, well, there's this book of like nurses and PA, like people who were around elderly folks when they died.
Yeah,
And this book was people sharing what these people said on their deathbed.
like their final thoughts.
Yes, and some of these things were admissions to terrible things they did back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fascinating, and it's also horrific.
Oh, sure.
They are, some of these
Yeah.
things are horrific. And these are, kind grandmas and grandpas that had their 8 grandkids, 10 grandkids just in the room a second ago, and I'm going to dump this on
Yeah.
you, stranger, because I'm about to go to hell and I'm scared.
But I think everybody has something in their past that they bury or forget about. That I think as you age bubbles back to the surface.
Okay.
That
All right.
you didn't deal with it forever, and then all of a sudden it kind of shows up again at the end.
And that's fair. I just don't want it dumped on me.
Yeah.
I don't want to know.
All right.
For example, maybe what this man is accused of is something he says on his deathbed, I wish I hadn't done. And it's not stabbing a hobo bad, but he could be looking at jail time. First of all, the way he got caught, what are you doing? But more importantly,
Yeah.
if you work at a company that has a certain amount of employees, without question, no doubt in your mind, today someone is stealing from where you work.
Yeah. I mean, the odds are against you.
And we will get into the story next here in the break room. I'll see you, Matt. This is happening way more often than you think.
What do you mean?
People you work with have sticky fingers.
Oh, yeah.
And if you work at a big place that isn't going to notice everyday stuff that just kind of disappears,
Yep.
someone today you work with is making money, robbing your business blind.
Yep.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
Yeah, we got a bitch force eater coming at you, and a man who is legitimately looking for life advice from you because you are in a very unique position. You were in that he is in right now. And I
triple threat.
I beg you, because I was going back and forth and doing this because this is like a man's real life.
But he needs to know the realities of things.
Well, but you don't live in reality, and that's what makes me
What do you call this?
This is reality?
Reality.
You're sitting next to a giant Josh Allen cardboard cutout at a plant that doesn't grow. We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, you want to go visit some family?
Sure.
Well, let's take a trip out to Auburn.
Auburn, yeah, the old family.
Fun fact, the last major town east of us in upstate New York that WCMF reaches clearly is Auburn. So, hello, Auburn.
Yeah.
That's where we find a man who had himself a hell of a side gig connected to his actual gig.
I hope this ain't a relative.
Authorities say the man, who worked as the lead stockroom clerk at the Auburn Community Hospital, stole items from his employer and sold them on eBay.
Ooh,
So,
like
like-
what kind of stuff?
Not drugs, but like other like medical equipment.
Supplies.
Medical devices and equipment. For example, authorities said the items range from flu tests to thermometer probes, just like little odds and ends.
Yeah, but he could clean up with this.
Oh,
stuff.
you want to talk about cleanup?
Yeah.
They say from 2021 to 2023, he stole almost $84,000
Cousin Jeff is rich.
worth of items from the hospital. And let's say,
Damn.
So we don't know if he sold all of it. We just know that's what he stole.
Kimmy, let's say he got half of that.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
It's still an extra $15,000 a year over
Because
3
I was
years.
wondering, like, is there a big market for that kind of stuff on eBay? Like, I don't know if I'm willing to trust some
if
of
it's
those
sealed
items.
up and you're desperate,
Yep.
you don't have insurance and stuff.
He's right.
You're gonna grab
but
it.
you can find it on like probably more legitimate places.
Well, no, I don't know. I mean, he's right. If this is like, I mean,
I
there's.
Am I
guess.
not paying retail?
Yeah, I'm with him.
Oh.
All right.
If you don't have insurance,
Man,
you
when
need
I
this
was on
stuff.
a road with no money and somebody goes, "Hey, man, I got this over here for a couple bucks." Done.
All right, so the allegations are that he stole $84,000 worth of stuff from the hospital that he was overseeing, the room, and flipped it on eBay. It also seems, if the allegations are true, he got caught in the dumbest way possible.
What happened?
The investigation into the charges began when another hospital employee noticed a UPS charge for over $7,500 in December of 2023. Police say he used a work account to ship 379 packages.
But he was shipping it right from the hospital.
It sounds like he was shipping it from the hospital and charging
no.
the hospital.
So the hospital was his own waurhouse.
Yes, essentially. It wasn't even leaving until it was going out to
and
the
he
person.
wasn't even walking out the door with it.
You got
really.
it, if the allegations are true.
I mean, that's just.
Oh, you
Pretty-
must. It's what?
It's pretty ingenious.
It got him caught.
Eventually,
Yeah.
I mean, he should have screwed out of there, but I mean, that's pretty ballsy.
Well, how about you just take your debit card and pay UPS yourself? Could do that and not
Yeah.
get caught.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so the man's been charged with second and third degree grand larceny. He's got a court appearance in late April, and if he's convicted, there are serious consequences.
Here's the nice thing: they can walk him right over to the prison.
By the way, he's going to know half the people that work there.
Oh yeah.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
This is not surprising. Because if you work at a business that's big enough, with enough employees,
Oh, yeah.
someone where you work today is doing what this guy is doing.
If not multiple people.
Yes.
So I always
multiple
assume the
rippers.
person that
Yeah.
takes it too far learned it from somebody else
You're
at
right.
some point.
And Kimmy, maybe it's not $80,000 worth of stuff, and maybe they're not making a profit selling it, they're putting it in their own pocket. But, Tommy, it gets to a point where a business gets so big
Yeah.
and they have so many employees they have to keep track of that it is impossible to keep stories like this from happening.
Yeah. Well, look at Kodak, man. I mean, they're the prime example.
You got it. I mean, you could call it Kodak syndrome.
Yeah.
All the stuff that walked out from behind those walls only because, a quarter of all the
Yeah.
greater Rochester area worked at Kodak. And something that's been happening, Tommy, the last few years could even be making this worse.
What happened?
Now, there are businesses that have a hard time filling positions
Yeah.
or places that have intentionally cut back in an effort to make more profit.
Downsized.
Yes, exactly. Now, I don't know anything about how Auburn Community Hospital works. I'm not suggesting that's what they're
Yeah.
doing, right? However, when you have a big business and all of a sudden you have one person doing the job that was for 2 or 3 people,
Oh yeah.
it's fewer eyes on what's going on.
You ain't kidding. Sometimes I'm all alone in this.
More
joint.
responsibilities for that person.
You got it.
Less oversight.
Bingo. But it's a little bit funny, right? Because businesses may decide to cut back staff in order to make more money. But you could actually be losing that money in the stuff walking out the door. Because, sure, you're not paying the salary of the person that used to be there, but that person may also have been keeping the other guy in the room honest.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I told you, when I used to work, every Sunday I used to work when I cut meat because it was time and a half, and all the bosses didn't want to work on Sunday. So you had the place to yourself. And it was just a party.
You were such a criminal that you were working days you knew you could do any illegal thing you wanted.
Right.
Okay.
And I told you, like, sometimes I had to call my first wife at the time to pick me up because I was too drunk to drive home.
From work.
Yeah.
Where they were paying you time and a half to be there.
Well, the Michelob were just sitting right there.
Back when folks worked harder.
Yes.
Not like these kids today.
Yeah.
Not getting drunk on Michelob while making time and a half.
3 mix in a cup.
252 WCMF. That's my new podcast with my brother and my dad. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this man out in Auburn. They say he works for the community hospital. He worked in the storage room, right, the clerk there. Authorities say he stole $84,000 worth of items between 2021 and 2023 and flipped them on eBay. They say he was caught after another hospital employee noticed a UPS charge for over $7,500. It seems he was using the hospital account to ship these packages that he allegedly was selling on eBay to the customers.
I also wonder if there are other places, like, you know how here, because we have a lot of like hybrid workers where they're home and away, so we've cut down on space.
Yeah.
Which has also led to us trying to give away certain items that we're no longer using, right? Like, here, take this home. We have an excess amount of chairs.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if offices have done that and people are like, well, if they want us to take the chairs and there's other stuff not being used, well, nobody's used this in years, so I'm just going to take it. Nobody will even know it's gone.
You
like,
assume
I wonder
they're
if there's
cool with it.
Yeah, like I wonder if there's this mentality now of like, nobody's using it, nobody's going to use it, so now it's mine.
Okay, so I think I need to draw a line in your statement because I get where you're coming from. I don't think anyone really believes that the company won't miss it.
Oh,
but
no,
all
it's
you
just
need is
how you justify
Yes,
it.
all you need is that justification to put it in your pocket or throw it in your car and then be like, whoa,
Yeah, like nobody's using this anymore.
I gotta figure every old factory town has got to have like homes that are just full of stuff.
Well, bro.
Think of Detroit and how many car parts and stuff people walked out the door with. Because they're going to work on their own ride later or something like that.
Well, like if you go to an antique shop or like, flea market in any place in upstate New York, because, we're an old Rust Belt town.
Yeah, a lot of factories.
You're going to find all that stuff.
Yeah.
It all exists. It ended up in somebody's
Just
garage.
walked out the door.
Bro, for example, I collect jerseys.
Yeah.
Right? So the Champion...
the company was out of here.
It's a Rochester company,
Yeah.
and they made jerseys for a whole bunch of different professional sports teams back in the day.
They were one of the Olympic sponsors.
They were. Yep, they made jerseys for NFL teams. Okay. So for a very long time, you could go to flea markets, and you would find dozens of these, at the time, $200-$300 authentic jerseys that these guys just have because they found them in their dad's garage.
Yeah.
They're walking out with them.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
The scary part of stories like this, at least when it comes to the business owners,
that?
is how hard it is to figure out what is going on. Because like we said, if the allegations in this story are true, the only reason this man was caught was because he was using the UPS account to ship stuff out.
Yeah.
If he had found a way to ship stuff on his own dime, he could still be working there.
Oh, yeah.
He could still be doing this, right? And if you pulled out $84,000 in a matter of 2 years, 3 years, add another 2 years onto it.
Yeah, and they didn't know it was missing.
Exactly, and you see these Netflix documentaries every once in a while of these folks that figure out how to do this for decades.
Oh, yeah.
And it seems like sometimes it's right in front of everybody's face.
Yeah.
And again, those are just the people that get caught.
Yeah.
Right? Because it is naive to believe that we figure out everybody that is doing this.
Oh, sure.
Tommy, I would argue the worst situation for a business is when multiple employees that have no problem pulling a scheme find each other.
Oh, yeah, you team up.
Right?
I don't think it's that hard to find that person.
Well, there is that dance you have to do because you're taking a risk.
Well, but don't you think when you start a new job somewhere, you automatically know? Because, like, I feel like for whatever reason, that man or woman who's taking a little here, taking a little there, they let you know.
But scumbags can sniff out another scumbag. Like when you size up the room, like your crew, you know who's a piece of crap and who's on buttoned up.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
There's different level of scumbags, right? Because there's, grabbing a free lunch and they're stealing $84,000 worth of hospital stuff. So, yeah, maybe that guy's willing to take a sloppy Joe from the cafeteria without paying for it. But if I go, hey, man, I've been selling stuff on eBay and I made $10,000, I don't know that guy's not going to go and be like, get freaked out all of a sudden.
Get there
That's
slowly.
True. That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there is that delicate dance of how far.
Hey, I'm cool.
Yeah. Like, how much of a scumbag are you willing to be where we can make some money here?
Well, you also got to look for, weaknesses in people.
What, are we the mob now?
No, but you do. Well, there's a reason why they were organized and did pretty good for a few years.
What do you mean by weaknesses?
You find out they got a weakness. They got a Jones for something.
Oh.
Okay, now you're taking advantage of people?
I'm
I'm going to help you feed your Jones, baby.
What the hell, man?
Look, and I know you like to have a little fun, but I know it gets costly.
Sloppy
And I know you make as much as I make.
Yeah.
And I know you've got to be behind the way you live it.
Those sloppy joes ain't free, and I saw
That's
you
right.
ate 3 yesterday.
That's right.
All right, so don't steal from work.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah,
Unless you figure out a way to get away with it, then I'm not your mom. Do whatever you want. All right, it's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, let's bitch it out, buddy.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just in a second. And there's a man, speaking of work, who's in a rough spot.
What happened?
And here's the thing. When you told me this story, because this happened to you multiple times.
Yeah, 3 times.
Back in the day.
Mhm.
I laughed out loud because I never heard of something like this happening before. But maybe this is something that happens that is so embarrassing that people don't talk about.
Yeah.
Because this man who must listen to the show on a regular basis has heard you talk about this happening to you. And it just happened to him.
Mm.
And he doesn't know what to do. Because on one hand, he feels disrespected. He's embarrassed. He doesn't like the position he's put back in. But on the other hand, I think he realizes leaving because of that, the grass ain't always greener on the other side.
Okay.
And I need you to listen to me.
All right.
Tommy Muley.
Mhm.
You love to run your mouth and get out of control.
Yeah.
All right? And we love you for it.
Thank you.
But this is a real
It's
person.
a guy's life, Pat.
No, I'm serious.
He's got family you got to feed.
If he is listening
You have to listen.
and he hears you and you give bad advice, this could negatively affect his life.
I hear you. I hear you.
We shouldn't.
I'm going to give you, listen, I'm going to give you the straight dope. What happened?
We'll get into it, and we'll do it next here in the break room. I'll see you, Matt. Most people dream about what it would be like to be put in a position of power.
Oh, sure.
Getting promoted at work. More
Boss
money.
man.
Yeah, more responsibility.
Boss with the hot sauce.
Now, you know what changes you can make that would make this place run better? And if they let you do it, man, things would be great around here.
You're going to be big boss man.
But you don't think about how things would go if it went the other way.
Sure.
And that's what someone who wrote us a Facebook message is having a hard time dealing with. And it is rare that our own Tommy Muley can actually help people. But in this case, he may be the only man that can give him solid life advice.
Maybe in America, busted down 3 times at the same position.
Well, but see, that's what I'm curious about, because I always laughed at your story thinking it never happened. But maybe with this Facebook message we have in front of us, it happens more than we think, and people are just too embarrassed to talk about it.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second.
You know what's going on?
Well, it is Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call him short or stupid.
Why would you do that?
Or point out once again how he was caught talking to the vending machine when his chip card that he tried to use 7 times wasn't being accepted by the little computer there. You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of...
Bad Duffy, I don't want to hear Tommy's advice because I'm afraid it's going to hurt somebody because I'm just a scared little hating little bitch.
No, I'm serious. I'm worried about what you're going to say.
I am going to tell you the truth.
Okay. Your truth is not everyone's truth.
Well, it's an ugly truth. It's disgusting.
We take all your bitch voices, we run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
So why don't you do it then, bitch?
Because I'm a bitch.
My name is Tommy, and I can totally dine and dash high-end steakhouse with cocktails, but I won't do it because I'm scared of my name in the paper because I'm a scared-ass spoon-wearing little bitch.
I'm a little lamb chop like me can't go in the joint. It wouldn't last an hour. Bad Duffy, I was in the ice storm. It was really scary. I had to go freeload on my grandmother's house and play Nintendo. It was so horrible. Because I'm just an ice storm scared little fat boy.
Oh, you do this at Kimmy?
No,
Go
I
ahead.
can't.
No, go ahead.
Legally, I cannot.
My name is Tommy, and I got great kiosk jokes, and I didn't realize it until Kimmy set it up, and I tried to take it, and I'm blue because I'm a scared-ass nut kiosk game little bitch.
My kiosk is for men only.
So I did the Australia trip back in 1999.
Ooh, I'm down under.
Ooh,
Bad Duffy. When I used to go to house parties, I used to get strung out on the cheese dip because I'm just a dip-sucking little bitch.
Here's what a spoiled-ass bitch he was, Kimmy. His parties had cheese dip. Because I wasn't there. I don't get to be a part of the ice storm team, so I don't think the ice storm was that bad.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm dressed like I'm going to hand you a religious leaflet this morning because I want to tell you about the future.
See what Jesus does to your mouth when you try and hurt people?
Well, that's why I need to listen to you. Because I look like a religious little bitch.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
All right, so we got a Facebook message earlier this week
Yeah.
from a man with a decision to make. And I don't want to embarrass the guy. You'll hear he's already hurting. So we're going to call him Tom.
Yeah.
And Tom writes us on Facebook, quote, early last year, after about 5 years at my job, I was given a promotion to head of the team that I work on. I had 7 people under me, and I was told I was given this job because they believed I could make things more efficient and motivate the people I was coworkers with. Things did not go well. No one respected me enough to listen. There were some outside factors that led to work not getting done. And 3 weeks ago, my boss let me know that they were bringing in someone else to take over, but they wanted me back in my old position.
Yeah.
I was demoted. They took my title, my responsibility, and they put me back at my old pay rate. The reason I'm reaching out is because I am at a crossroads. I have heard Tommy talk about this exact thing happening to him when he worked at the grocery store, and he went back to his old job. I'm having a hard time with it. I'm resentful of my coworkers for not taking me seriously as a boss. I don't think my bosses gave me enough time to turn things around, and I want to leave this job. But I am scared that things could be worse for me somewhere else. Any advice from Tommy would be welcome, and if the best idea is to stay, how do I make things easier for myself? That really got me. I feel so bad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Because
sincere.
it sounds like he put his heart and soul into
Yeah.
it.
Okay, so that being said, for those who may be new to the break room, Tommy, you used to work as a meat cutter at a grocery store in Florida.
Yeah, 15 years.
And in those 15 years, you were promoted to boss.
3 times I ran the meat department.
Oh, you were promoted
Three
three
different
Times.
Over.
No, 3 times to the same position as meat manager.
Well, how does that happen?
What do you mean?
Well, how do you get promoted to the same position
Promoted,
3
then
times?
demoted, then
Well, you get
promoted.
promoted, and then they decided to not promote you anymore. So then you get depromoted.
So-
They call it
Depromoted.
So I got busted down 3 times, twice by the same supervisor.
Oh,
Can I ask
man.
one quick
And
sidebar?
They decided to do it again.
Yes. How do they keep giving you this promotion?
Twice to the same department.
Okay.
Was that just because there was nobody else?
What
Like,
do
were
you
they-
think, man?
So you have this exact
Yeah,
experience this
3
man did.
times.
All right. And again, I will say one more time.
Yeah.
And I'm begging you to listen to me. Before we have this discussion, keep in mind this is a man's life we are talking about. I am begging you to be cool and consider all aspects of
I
what could
understand.
go well and what could go wrong with your advice. So with all that being said,
Yeah.
what is your knee-jerk reaction when you hear this man's situation?
Well, it sounds like he really poured his heart and soul into it, and sounds like he's ruined. Like, because he said, like, he's got deep resentment against his coworkers because they didn't support him, and like he really tried, and he sounds like he's devastated.
I mean, I got the same impression.
I wasn't devastated.
You didn't
So,
want it in the first place.
I didn't care. This guy really cares.
Okay.
I would say to him, walk and go get another gig. The reason being is because you'll never fix this. If you've got this much pain and you're that pissed off,
Like you're not going to get a second chance.
you're not gonna. Even if you get I don't think you're gonna get a second chance if the same players are still in place above you. You'll never get it back. I got lucky because I worked with like this legendary guy when I was coming up named
Okay.
Dick Hall, and Dick Hall was this alcoholic piece of crap, but he was like good at his job.
Okay.
And everybody thought because I trained under him, they used to say, well, he worked for Dick Hall. And everybody, oh, Dick Hall. So I used to call it the Hall Pass. Because, like, if you work for Dick Hall, hey, it got me promoted
under
3 times,
his,
boo all you
coaching
want.
umbrella.
So, yeah, so they always figured, like, oh, this kid came up with Dick Hall. He knows his stuff. Like, they didn't even investigate it. So I had to, so they kept giving me these jobs under Dick Hall, who has been long gone from the company when I was doing this. So they couldn't even verify with Dick Hall if I was even a good employee.
Will you stop saying Dick Hall? I'm getting uncomfortable.
He used to give me like work lists off of cocktail napkins from the bar across the street. I had to go across the street to the bar to get what he wanted me to do today.
So essentially, that guy was so good at his job that you just being associated with him,
like you were touched by
got you
God,
things.
like this meat god.
All right,
So I had this pass. He's also the guy that fell through the roof of the ladies' room, peeking on girls going to the bathroom.
No.
Yeah, and landed on a woman. Oh, no, I ain't kidding.
No, you're,
He broke his arm.
and he's still like a guy that everybody looks
Yes,
up to.
I'm not making it.
Keep in mind, he also shared with us that he would get instructions written on a cocktail napkin because he was at the bar while he was on the
Oh
clock.
my
So Dick
God.
Hall, like when he would see a good-looking woman,
Yeah.
and if they were going to go use the
Okay.
bathroom, he had it all set up.
Yeah.
So he would climb up into the false
There's
ceiling,
a whole system here.
pull the thing out, and watch her go
That
to
is
the bathroom.
disgusting.
He fell. He fell
Like
through
the
it.
length he had to go to do that.
He must have went up there drunk one time and then fell and landed on the woman on the crapper, broke his arm.
Okay.
He said he was up there working on stuff.
Let's get back to the topic at hand because this poor man may be listening.
Pretty good story,
I
though.
mean, he's hearing all about Dick
I
Hall.
can't let a Dick Hall story go. By the way, he also loved Elvis and dressed like him.
And then the weirdest thing about this, Kimmy,
Uh-huh.
is Tommy worked under Dick Hall, and that was also his mother's nickname.
The meat guy.
Oh, I think
hear.
you had enough Dick Hall.
Meat God! The meat God!
He
she
was
said!
the meat
No,
God.
your mom, you idiot!
Oh.
All right. 252. Was that Kimmy's first ever mom joke? I
think so.
I think we passed something.
But I didn't care.
Okay.
And I wasn't going anywhere. I had no prospects. So, but this guy sounds like he really
wait,
was.
Wait. I just want to point out that guy had all this stuff in his past, and you still failed.
Dick
Yes,
Hall.
yes.
But
Yeah.
you failed.
Can't get away from Dick Hall.
No. But you know what I'm saying?
I do,
Like,
I get you.
like sometimes you got to walk, man.
All right, but
like,
here's
because like what's the benefit of staying there?
If it's something you really want.
A
yeah.
paycheck. I mean, that's what the benefit is.
Bro, like right now, there's a lot of shortages.
I don't know, but okay. I
Depending
know.
on what he does for a living,
All right,
it
so
sounds
here's-
like if he sounds like a really here's what it sounds like.
Okay.
He's a really good worker. He doesn't have any management skills.
That hurts. That is a mean thing to
But
say.
that's exactly what happened to him. This guy was really good.
Yeah.
They looked at him and go, "Well, he should run the department." He's got no management skills.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could. It's not saying you're not good at your job.
No.
You'd be great at the job. It's just a
You don't know how to
matter of
manage
dealing
people.
with other people.
And you thought like all these people were your friends, and as soon as you became the boss man, they didn't like you anymore, and it it threw him off.
All right, 252-WCMF, if you're just joining us, this guy writes us a Facebook message. We're calling him Tom. He said he worked at a job 5 years, got promoted. 7 of his former coworkers were now under him. They believe that he'd be able to take care of this. He says that none of his coworkers respected him enough to listen. Outside factors that led to work not getting done. And 3 weeks ago, his boss told him they were bringing someone else to take over, but they didn't fire him.
Right, because he's a good worker.
They brought him back down to the position he was in. It said he lost his title, his responsibility. They put me back at my old pay rate. He says he's at a crossroads. He is resentful of his coworkers for not listening to him. He doesn't think the bosses gave him enough time to turn things around, and he wants to leave, but he's scared the grass may not be greener on the other side. Kimmy, would you tell him to walk?
I think that if this is something that you truly want, like this is the next step in your career, you got to find something else. Because I think it's going to be really hard to get that trust back.
Or at least take the gig back and start looking around for another gig.
But if you love the job and this is a place you want to stay and work forever, I mean, yeah, then stay where you are. But if your next step in life, if your goal is to be that manager, that upper position, I don't think that's going to happen.
All right, 252.
I don't know how many people get second chances.
252-WCMF 252-9263. Because here's what I'm curious about. Why are you pointing at her?
Because she made a great point. You don't get second chances in the same spot.
You got 3.
I know, but I don't know how
Dick Hall.
common
Hall
that is.
pass. I worked with a meat god.
Unless, to your point earlier, some type of there are a lot of changes that go on, a lot of new people come in. Maybe then you get a second chance at it, but I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen.
All right, so here's what I'm curious about. Because you're the only person previous to this Facebook message that I had heard of being demoted back to a spot after a management position. Now, is this something that happens to other people?
I hope not.
Well, no, because
for America.
Well, no, but I mean, it's possible this does happen, and people are just so embarrassed you never hear about it. The phone number is 252-WCMF. I mean, if you have been in this situation, if you've seen people in this situation, you can change your name. We're not here to laugh at you. Tommy went through it 3 times. Like,
so you got to walk back into the same shop with the same people
after you were already running stuff.
I've seen this happen, a slightly different situation, but like somebody gets fired or somebody leaves their job, and then you end up taking over that person's responsibilities, like if it's an upper position, until the next person comes in. So you kind of are promoted, then demoted.
Okay, gotcha.
You know what I mean?
But here's the thing, the reason they want that guy back probably is because, like I said, he's good at his job, but they've already trained him.
Sure.
They don't want to train somebody else because it takes a lot of time and money for a company to train somebody. So if he's got the skills, he's valuable to the company. That's why they kept him.
Okay,
they didn't just fire him. So they do see value in him. But does he see any value in the company?
Okay, but the way you're talking, that says he's got job security for the rest of his life.
But does he want that security knowing that he's got his buddies aren't his buddies anymore?
Okay.
And the people up above him don't think he's got the skills to go any farther than what he's at. He's hit a really low ceiling.
Much like Dick Hall.
Yeah. Yeah. You could fall through that ceiling.
All right,
land on a customer.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Matt writes, what they did to this guy is illegal. You can't make someone take a pay cut if you already pay them a certain amount in New York. That can't be true.
Okay, that's irrelevant anyway, man. I mean, it doesn't help the guy either way.
Wait, people get pay cuts at their jobs,
yes,
though, right?
You can get a pay cut.
Is there a state law that says your employer can't cut your pay?
Yes, let's say you're a hourly employee.
Yeah.
Right? And then you go into management, and now you go to salary.
Sure.
Well, they're not going to pay you a salary to do that job. They're going to put you back at your rate of pay. You're going to go back as an hourly employee, not a salary.
But I would assume most of those people get fired. Maybe they got fired because, unless you agree to taking the pay cut, it's like your job or will you give you a pay cut? Okay.
Yeah, you can walk.
Of the things that Tom, I almost slipped, is dealing with here, the back in pay, is it working with the people you used to be working over, or is it the knowledge that upper management where you work thinks that you're inept? Which would be the hardest to deal with?
It's the daily one, which is the people you work with.
Really? More than the pay?
Right. Pay shows up twice a month. Boss man comes around once in a while. The people you have to work with, you got to look at them every day.
Yeah, but
so it's the daily grind of that would be the worst.
Okay.
It wouldn't bother you, though, your boss thinking you can't do the job.
I understand that, but that's not something I got to deal with.
In my mind more.
But I don't have to face that hourly. The hourly, daily, minute by minute working with other people is the toughest.
Okay.
Yeah, but I guess, the people that you work with, if in this guy's situation, he likes those people, correct?
Well, he did because they turned on him.
Yeah,
he feels they turned on him. They didn't have his back.
I will read you the
would
quote.
Change that relationship.
I will read you the quote in the Facebook message. Quote, I am resentful of my coworkers for
Yeah.
not
Okay.
taking me
Yeah.
seriously as a boss. That's what he
Yeah.
said.
So there's animosity there that's not going to get fixed.
Here's the thing, though. I get where you're coming from, but I don't know, like working at a place where you know your boss doesn't think you're anything more than what you are.
What's the point? Now you're just there for the paycheck. You're not doing, I'm guessing you're not taking much pride in your work after that.
No, I think she hit it right on the head. If you don't take pride in your work, it's hard to go to work. Because, like,
Yeah, it
look,
is.
even if you're not
The motivation's gone.
Exactly. Even if you're not someone who wants a promotion, you want to believe the people above you see something in you, that they value your input, that they think you know what you're talking about.
Right.
It's like getting yelled at by the principal, and then they're going to hold you back a grade when you're a teenage kid, right?
Yeah.
And you'd also have to tread very lightly on things that you don't like around your workplace. Because if they already took this position of power away from you, if you decide to speak up about something you don't like, they're going to get sick of hearing what you have to say.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you don't want to become like the cancer in the room.
Exactly.
Because once you branded that, you're toast.
Toast cancer.
Oh, yeah. Toasted cancer.
You know, you never really consider this being a possibility, taking a demotion at your job, right? The embarrassment, I think, is the hardest part here, right? That would be, especially in this specific situation, because he was working with these people,
All right.
right? Now he's in charge of these people,
Right.
and now you're back working with these people because every day you show up to the point you just made, you would be the joke.
Right.
Everyone's going to be talking about you behind your back.
Yeah. Sometimes they'll make jokes to you, you know?
But I guess my question is, if you're one of these coworkers, and let's say this was somebody we really, really liked, got along with well at one point, they get the promotion, things don't go well for whatever reason, and they come back. You think like it would change your opinion so much of that person where you couldn't be friends with them?
All right,
after that?
let's use Moose as an example. We all
Okay.
like Moose down on
Yeah.
PXY,
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
All right, let's say he's promoted to our boss,
Yeah.
right? He's going to be program director of WCMF.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he's going to have to tell us to do things
Yeah,
that we're probably
Right.
not going to
I
want to do.
understand that.
And I
it would
guess,
change the relationship in the moment.
They would have to.
so if there are a couple of things where it's like, bro, I think you're making the wrong move, and they bust him back down again, yeah, how do you not bust that guy's balls?
Right.
Or at least make fun of him behind his back when he's back
but
in
you,
his
yeah,
but
space?
you
he's
still.
banter.
But do you think like you wouldn't want to be around it? Like you'd still like him. You'd still enjoy working
It
with him. like
depends
you
on
did
his attitude
before.
when he comes back.
Okay, all right.
Oh, no, I disagree. I think it depends on what kind of boss he was. Because if you show me your ass when all of a sudden you think you have power over me, go F yourself, man.
But he does have power over you. That's the gig.
Okay.
I mean, he has to exert his authority because that's what they're paying him
Oh,
to
yeah,
do.
I don't want to deal with him then. F you.
But I think coming back, how he presents himself coming back, I think has a lot to do with it, too.
Well, but how do you present it? Hey, guys,
Yeah.
remember me? Remember how fun I was? Fun Moose is back.
Well, you may not want to say it like that.
252 WCMF. We got more Facebook messages coming in. Julie writes us. He has to leave that job. If he really blames his coworkers for him failing as a boss, he's going to hate them more and more every day. It's very frustrating when you're the only one that wants to put in the right work. Okay. I feel
Julie's got some issues.
I feel like this is more of a personal thing.
Yeah.
I mean, but everybody, with the exception of Tommy Muley, I do think everyone thinks
They
they're
work hard.
They're the only ones that really work hard.
They work hard. I'm busy. I bust my ass.
I am the most valuable employee. If I was gone,
Oh, that was my sister. I work hard for my money.
well, she did work hard.
She did, and she thought she was very important.
There's a difference between working hard and being important. Do you get what I'm
Yes.
saying?
Yeah, oh
Yes.
yeah, but my sister thought she was both.
But I think to his point, if you think one thing about yourself, it goes hand in hand.
Yeah, but it shouldn't.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the problem here is we overvalue ourselves.
So
with
we don't
things.
think we're expendable.
Yes, but that
The place
leads
will fall apart if I'm not here.
exactly, but it leads to disappointment, right? Because you can bust your ass every day, and that is commendable. I mean, that's working class hero, right? But it doesn't mean they can't do it without you when somebody else comes in and works just as hard.
You know what they say, Patrick? The graveyards are full of people the world couldn't do without.
God, did they pause and?
Well, I was quoting de Gaulle. It had to be translated from French.
Did you hear what an arrogant dick he just sounded like?
Yes.
Kimmy doesn't even know
When
who that
is
is.
Charles de
How
Gaulle,
arrogant is that? She knows who it is.
Who's de Gaulle?
French leader.
Hey, she got it.
Oh, come on, we're gonna count that.
One of the tallest Frenchmen, by the way.
Really?
Well, if you count his hat.
Have you seen Victor Wembanyama out in San Antonio?
Yeah, but he ain't got that hat.
But Charles de Gaulle could not body up Victor Wembanyama.
Oh, he could dunk on him.
Absolutely not.
With his dress sword.
I'm getting a ton
Hmm.
of Facebook messages now, people saying that he should keep the job, that the paycheck is more valuable. I'll read you this.
I understand the paycheck's valuable, but you also got to look at your future at this point.
Bob says right here, suck it up and don't be a bitch. Who cares about your pride? You got to eat. You got to keep a roof over your head. We all have to swallow dirt at work. This is your dirt you got to swallow.
That's good advice, but I mean, if he thinks he can't live like this anymore, he has to go find a new gig.
Okay.
And I'm not saying quit right now. Look around while you're working.
Keep your options open.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's take one call. We have been rambling. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good. Good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah. So this is the rare time I agree with Tommy. The homeboy needs to bide his time while he's looking for a different job, because if you don't feel valued at your job, I'm sure somebody else will.
You know, that's another good point. Why not give someone who wants the opportunity an opportunity?
Clean slate.
Yeah. No, it's not what I said, you idiot.
That's what I'm doing at my job right now. I hate working there, and I only go because I need the paycheck. And in the meantime, I'm looking for the right job to go to next.
Well, at least you're keeping it to yourself, man. Don't let that get out.
Ben, what are you doing?
Keep
You're on
that
the
underneath
radio.
your hat.
Ben, you're on the radio. Don't do this, man. What are you doing?
It's too late. It's already out there. But no, I mean...
Well, at least he doesn't have a recognizable voice.
No, not at all. I mean, I quit this place, bitch.
All right, well, if anyone's looking to hire, Ben is
Good luck,
available.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's just where I'm at.
All right, well, hey, man, good luck. I hope it all
Thanks for
works
the
out for you.
update, man.
I'll let you know tomorrow when I call.
Can't wait. Great to talk to you, Ben. Have a good rest of the day. All right, let's take a break. What are you doing?
That seems like the worst piece of advice. Don't announce it to everybody.
No,
that you're
call a
looking.
radio station.
If
Tell
you're
them how
gonna
much you-
look, do it quietly.
My job sucks.
Please don't get fired. Look, if you're his boss and you heard that, just let it go. Please let it go.
Let it go.
Please.
You don't think they already know?
If you're one of his coworkers, don't be a rat. Just please let it go.
Right.
Kids dealing with some stuff. Everyone be cool.
Right.
Please, thank you. All right. Well, how about we're gonna go get some lunch?
Yeah, what do you got?
Well, the place right around the corner, actually. I mean, it's a Rochester staple. Everyone around here knows about
What's around the corner?
it. Well, it's right, like literally right down the street.
Oh,
And it is now one of the top restaurants in America.
really?
Like, legitimately.
Wow.
And we're going to tell you who we're talking about. So here's the thing. This place is great. It's
Yeah.
great.
Institution, I guess?
Yeah, I would say so. But there's also 4 other restaurants that could have been given this title that are right here in Rochester.
Same style?
Yeah. Because you're convinced, Tommy, the only reason this one gets the publicity that it does,
Yeah.
even though the food is delicious,
Yeah.
is because...
Location.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. A hell of an honor for one local restaurant here in Rochester.
Yeah, this is big time.
Really, when it comes to quality, this could have been one of any 5 restaurants
you're right.
here in town. But one man in this room is convinced, although the food here is great, the reason this place is on this list has less to do with what they're preparing and more to do with legend.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll jump right into it. USA Today, ever heard of it?
Oh, it's a big publication.
That's right. They put out a list of the top 44 restaurants you have to try in America.
In America.
National list.
God damn,
yeah.
man.
So they asked food writers across the country for places they would insist their friends go and try. And wouldn't you know, one mom and pop, literally, Italian joint from Rochester showed up on this list. Rocky's on J Street.
Which is about as old school as it gets.
Bro, okay, so...
It's basically in a house.
I mean, yes, it is.
Yeah.
You're right, yeah. And now, the old school crowd knows this all too well, but if you are unfamiliar, the restaurant's been open for 75 years. It is a small place, but it's a well-attended place.
Oh, yeah.
Their menu is on a whiteboard when you walk in every day, and cash only.
Yes.
On top of that, on top of the standard Italian fare, their red sauce is like the stuff of legend. They also have like the old school Italian soul food dishes. One of the few,
Tripe.
you could. It's one of the few places you can still get tripe on a plate dropped in front of you. So this honor is well earned, right? It does not get more authentic Italian American than this. But here's the thing: as great as Rocky's is, it does feel like there are 4 other places here in town, at least, that could have made the list in this place.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, Agatina's and Gates, Reds and Grease, Paretti's and Webster, Mr. Dominic's and Charlotte. All of them are cut from the same cloth. All of them have similar kick-ass menus.
Yeah.
All of them mean a lot to the communities they serve. But Tommy, you believe that Rocky's and Rocky's alone made this list for a very specific reason.
Well, I think it's the location. They've never changed anything at all, including the staff.
It's a moment in time.
It's you'll see major players in Rochester eating lunch there. Everyone will have their tie flipped over their shoulder while they're eating their tripe and bread.
Okay.
And I think because it's in a rougher area of town, there's a little cachet to it because they want to tell you like what mob guy used to eat here, used to eat here. So-and-so used to eat here. My grandfather used to eat. He knew that guy. It's all that.
The connection.
This is the most connected. I would say Rocky's has the most names dropped in any spot in America.
No, it's true. They got a mop every 15 minutes.
You would have to.
Okay. Bro.
It's the atmosphere.
Bro.
It's that old school...
So
I'm somebody. I think it's everybody who thinks there's somebody eats at Rocky's.
Or when you walk in and you think like you're doing, not that you're doing something wrong, but you're like kind of badass just for being there.
Okay.
Hey, I don't eat. I don't eat in the burbs. I go downtown
hold on.
where the real Italians eat.
Hold on.
Let me tell you something, man. I remember in the day when they had a numbers game over here and darts over there, and they were playing over here doing that, and they ran numbers.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252
Like there's always a breeze in there, and it's just from hand gestures.
Look, man.
They blow the napkin right off your lap.
The idea that they eat there because somebody else eats there, you can make that argument about any one of the Italian restaurants I just named.
Yes, you can, but this is where it all started.
Okay, bro, are you kidding me right now?
This is ground zero for wannabes.
I mean,
ground zero.
Wow.
I'm trying
you
to
better.
think.
You want to have someone else start your car this morning?
See ya, I'm taking it.
But I mean,
See ya,
a lot of the other places you mentioned, I mean, they are all still in their original locations.
Not Reds.
No, not Reds.
No, Agatina's, yes.
Agatina's.
Paretti's is in a strip mall now. I mean, he's moved around a few times.
Mr. Dominic's always there?
I think that's the original spot. Yeah, I think so.
I mean, so kind of the same thing.
All right, I'm going to blow up your theory here, all right? Because I want everyone to be aware that Tommy's argument for any restaurant that succeeds in downtown Rochester is people like to eat that. They want to say they eat in bad neighborhoods.
I would eat with the real Italians.
Bad neighborhoods like Park Ave and Monroe Ave.
I'm not going out. Yeah.
Okay, bro. If that argument was valid, every restaurant that ever opened on J Street would still be open. Restaurants do not stay open for long in that neighborhood. They've been open for 75 years.
Yeah, the food's great, and especially it's a lunch spot.
Yeah,
Nobody
but
they
do serve 4 to 7 dinner. I think every day but Sunday. I could be wrong.
Oh, I thought they were always for lunch.
Yeah, no, because your car doesn't go that way when the sun starts to go down.
I ain't going down
bitch
there.
Ass bitch.
I ain't going there.
Bro, no, that can't be it. I mean, look, I will admit, you're right. It has a very Bronx Tale vibe to it.
Oh, God, it does. Now you just can't leave.
Okay, yes, and I also, but it's funny, right? Like the idea, like, oh, I go down there to have dinner. That was an Italian neighborhood. All the Italians moved out to the suburbs.
They did.
So
They
why
did.
do they want to go? But they just want to go back down there to say they went back down there.
Absolutely,
That is
man.
a stupid take.
I'm telling you.
That is a stupid
It's
take.
wannabes that want to brag. You know, they want to be cooler. They want to be cooler than you, man. I get my sauce old school,
Or
man.
it's where
I want to eat
they're-
on the same table that hasn't changed in 80 years.
I do love.
I want to sit on a wobbly chair.
If I'm not mistaken, if you go into Rockies, they still serve you your drinks in a plastic PGA Championship 2013 cup.
Probably,
I
yeah.
think that's still happening.
I think, did they do beer and wine?
I want to say yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an Italian
Yeah, I had
joint.
to do wine.
Bottle of
Yeah.
red? What are you,
Yeah.
nuts? Maybe a bottle of white. Whatever kind of mood you're in tonight. 252 WCMF. Rockies on J Street, the Rochester institution, open 75 years, has been named one of USA Today's top 44 restaurants you have to try in America.
It is very unique.
And it's delicious. It
Yeah.
is amazing. It's great. But, there's 4 other places that have just as kick-ass a menu that sell Italian food in
But
this
they don't
town.
have the charisma back.
Okay, but
Let me tell you something.
Kimmy, does Tommy have a point with what he's trying to say here?
Which point?
That people only go for the cachet and the legend of where it was and what happened there.
I think that may.
Which, by the way, we don't even know anything happened there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, but the allure.
I
The allure. And by
think
the way,
maybe-
I never see any women in that place. You go there for lunch.
We went
not
with
true.
women.
Yeah, we had to for work. They had to be paid to go there.
Shut
when
up.
you go there for lunch, it's a sausage
That is
fest
not
on the
true.
plate and in the pants.
That is not true.
It's a bunch of guys in
Okay.
suits.
Oh, my
You
God.
asked if people go there just for the cachet. I think maybe people have never been there, but like newer customers, yes, maybe that's how they heard about it and they heard the stories. But I think a lot of people that go there, especially like the regulars, they go there because their parents took them there or their grandparents took them
Yeah.
there.
Preach,
It's
sister.
almost like a family
It's not what you're
tradition.
saying.
This
Yeah,
is the place my
father
grandpa
played
loved.
Yeah, he played dice in the bag.
Shut up. No, that did not happen. You making a face? Again, careful.
played
But
dice.
hey, pick your spots. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Does the authenticity of the surroundings where you sit down and eat actually matter? Because like the other places we mentioned, you brought it up. Reds and Priority are in strip malls.
Yeah.
Agatina's is in an old building on Buffalo Road
Been
next to
there
a gas
forever, yeah.
station. Yeah. Dominic's, however, they got that old school Italian feel.
Oh yeah, they do.
Right? Like that little Italy.
Italy.
Little LA architecture and the neighborhood around it, right? What's strange is I don't disagree that there is a little bit of draw, like when you're in Little Italy in New York or another major
It's
city,
very unique.
of going to an Italian restaurant.
Yeah.
However, I would argue there isn't any other food that carries the need for a neighborhood to be around it for it to be good.
I disagree because if you go to certain cities and let's say there's a well-known restaurant there that's so popular that it's now like a chain in the area.
Okay.
You're not going to go to one of the branches. You're going to go to the original.
No, I get what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Like, so I do think that this place hasn't changed in 50, 60 years as part of it. Like you're going to go to the original spot in whatever little neighborhood that it started in because you want that authenticity.
Okay, I get the museum aspect of it.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, like,
What's up?
you're arguing they want to go eat Italian food in the old Italian neighborhood because it's been there 75 years and all the history.
Yeah.
I don't need to go to a Chinatown setting to eat Chinese restaurant. I got no problem having great Chinese in a strip mall. In fact, I would argue that the
Yeah.
best Chinese in town is in 12 Corners in a strip mall.
Sure.
I don't even know what kind of neighborhood an Indian restaurant would have to be in to make it more authentic. And there are a couple of really good soul food places that have either opened locations outside of the city
Yeah.
or have relocated there and are doing really good. Libby's is in Gates now.
Yeah.
Place is always packed. Why? So it's only Italians that have to eat where Italians have been?
Because that culture is so unique. It has been so ingrained in our society since the turn of the
Oh,
century.
now he's a sociologist.
You asked me.
Yeah, no, but you're just saying.
The movies are made about these places. This place almost looks like you walked onto a movie set.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm waiting for Michael to come in and pop both of those guys at the table.
Man, so-
I mean, it has that feel to it.
Okay. For God's sake. By the way, every restaurant looked like that in the 60s. It wasn't just Italian
But
restaurants.
now we only have a few left, Pat.
40s, 50s, whatever. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to John. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
Hi, am I on?
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Hi. One thing about that restaurant is it gets a big crowd from downtown, lawyers, judges, politicians.
Yeah, it's a who's
police.
who at lunch.
And, I was born in that area. Of course, my parents moved, grew up in Gates. But one thing is the tripe, which was an Italian delicacy during the Depression. They're one of the few places that still make it.
Italian soul food.
Yeah, we had talked about it, and I think that's what John brings up.
It has a unique taste to it.
No, but what John is bringing up is you are going to get things at this place that you are not going to get anywhere else.
Right.
Kind of been phased out other places.
And the other point,
blunt service.
And the other, I like that. Just give me my food and let me get the hell out of here.
Yeah, don't look for chit chat.
No, but here's the thing. John brings up another good point.
Yeah.
Right, like up until recently, there weren't a lot of restaurants downtown for professionals that work to go and eat.
Yeah.
And if you've been going there for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, you're going to keep going back. I think it has less to do with the neighborhood and more to do with they were one of the places that held on when things were bad downtown.
Right, I agree, and the food is good, and they are open on Fridays from 4 to 7. I would not go in that neighborhood anytime when the lights go down and the sun goes down, I should say, because it is bad. But
yeah, no, I hear they don't even open from 4. Oh, wait, they do. They're open from.
Been born in that area and seeing everything close. I think just the DePaulo's Bakery. There used to be the Lapani's Bakery, Petrillo's Bakery, and
anything with a vowel at the end, you could open up a bakery.
Right, and it just changed, but it hung on, and I think the biggest issue why it's still doing good is because there's nothing downtown if you've ever gone downtown for lunch.
Well, look, I will say I don't want to crap on. Look, it's great.
Yeah.
But I think that does play into it.
Yeah.
Like it's
there's not a lot around it.
Yes, it's an oasis.
Not in that little spot. No.
Hey, John, thanks for the call, but I appreciate it. Hey, you want to save his number so we can get John's neighborhood report for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Please? I was born there. I don't go down there no more. It's real bad down there when it goes dark. By the way, they do dinner 4 to 7. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? No, but okay, can you think of another ethnicity where you need to feel authentic to sit down and eat it? Because if you can't, your argument is dumb. I got time. Tell you what, let's call John back. Let's get his next neighborhood.
Well, it
report.
also had to be a dominant minority, and
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, where it has
like
to feel
Italians, like Germans.
No, I understand. Like, okay,
what about like Chinese food?
No, you were on the phone. I had said
sorry.
The best Chinese food in town is at a strip mall in Brighton.
But Chinese
Yes,
food
yeah,
is all over the place, much like Italian food. But there's not like a ground zero Chinese restaurant that's been here since 70 years that's like
staple.
documented.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Well, look, we have a big Irish population in the greater Rochester area. There are several.
But you're not known for your food, man.
If you let me finish, can I finish?
Yeah.
Can I finish? There's a ton of old school Irish bars that have been open for decades and decades
and
and decades.
A couple of them are iconic around
But that's what I mean. They're not in an Irish neighborhood. As an Irishman, I don't need to go find a bar that is in the Irishman used to live, and now we come back down here. Hey, I don't know why I'm Irish. I wouldn't talk like that. But
because I think that gangster mystique stuck with the Italians more than it stuck with the Jewish community, with the Irish community.
Okay.
I mean, yes, they all had their darker sides, but it seems like the Italian one is the one that became iconic.
Yeah, well, if The Departed would have done a little better, maybe we could have had that back.
I understand.
Thanks a lot, Francis Ford. All right, let's take a break. Everybody, we got to move on.
I'm hungry now. I want ravioli.
Hold on. We did get, so there is an argument from Andrew.
What's he saying?
He has said that you need to be in a Mexican place to get good Mexican.
Okay.
Like Farmington.
All right, yeah.
What are you talking about? I don't need to feel authentic when I walk into a Mexican restaurant to get good Mexican. I don't know. All right, let's take a break. This is the perfect scam and a perfect storm.
Oh.
And people are getting got in New York all over the place.
The getting gotten?
Well, they have gotten get.
Damn.
Get got.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a combination of technology people don't understand, a rough rollout when this thing first started happening, and the panic setting in that if I don't take care of this now, it's going to cost me a fortune. And we'll tell you what you need to look out for.
All right.
Next, here in the break room on CMF. It's a perfect storm, buddy.
What happened?
Well, it's a bad rollout combined with technology that isn't totally understood,
Yeah.
combined with immediate panic that if I don't do this right now, I'm going to be spending a lot of money.
So what is it?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, the state of New York, is warning everybody that will listen. There is a text message you should not respond to.
And everybody's getting it.
Did you see this?
I've
Yes.
gotten it multiple times.
So I got it the other day, man.
Yeah.
So the text message comes from what is believed to be, or what they want you to believe to be, Easy Pass,
Yeah.
the state throughway. And it reaches out to you saying that they're collecting a missed toll through the New York toll service.
Yeah.
And it looks straight up legit. So I got one over the weekend. Here
I
it is.
gotten 3.
Well, I believe, though, you missed those tolls. I would actually look into that.
How do I miss a toll? It's automatic.
Uh-oh, and you've been charged. So they write, this is the one I got the other
Yeah.
day. It says, Easy Pass. Your vehicle is an unpaid toll invoice, and to avoid excessive late fees on your bill, you need to pay your bill by February 11th. Please reply why, and then click on the activation link.
And just give him all your information.
You
your
got it.
bank.
Yes, so you give them your bank account stuff, and
adios.
you got it.
Yeah.
A lot of people are getting got by this scam.
So everybody,
Oh, yeah.
it must have went out to everybody with a phone.
Yeah.
Can I ask a stupid question?
What?
And I feel like Tommy asking this question.
Stoop up.
Okay. How do they know? I mean, I know everyone's got everyone's numbers, but like you'd have to live in New York for this to work. So it's only people. Do they have different texts like this for
Oh,
different
how do they
states?
know who
How
to
do they
send
know
it out
I'm in
to?
New York?
Right.
You know what I'm
that's a good
saying? I mean, I guess
question.
the area code would work, but just because
Yeah.
I have an area code doesn't mean I'm still in that state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird that we're all getting the exact same
Right.
one living together, right?
Right.
Okay. So this is the perfect storm text scam for right now. One,
Yeah.
it takes advantage of new technology.
Yep.
Because that new toll throughway system thing, it's only, 2-3 years
Yeah.
old, right? And in the beginning, there were a lot of problems with it. So it's not out of the question that something could have malfunctioned and they would reach out to you to get this settled.
Little glitch.
You got it. Not to mention, it also kind of sounds like what happens when you get that ticket from the
Yeah, from the
speed
department.
camera.
Yeah.
2, you don't know who to call to correct this. Now,
That's a good point.
all right, so the news story does say there is a toll number, 1-800-333-TOLL, where you can get a hold of the New York State Toll Service.
All right.
But
Before that story, I would not have known.
no idea.
Yeah.
I didn't think
I
you'd
don't,
be
am I
able
supposed to call Easy Pass?
There you
Am I
go.
supposed to call somebody?
Go
with
online.
The
Bingo.
throughway? Yeah.
But 3, there's a deadline.
Yep.
If you don't pay your fee in a few days, you get excessive late fees.
You're going to get walloped.
It says excessive, and that's probably where the tip-off should have been that this
Right.
was a scam initially. Because even if the state was going to charge you extra, they wouldn't call it excessive late fees.
And they wouldn't give you such a short deadline to make you even panic more. Like, oh, I better do it now.
Well, but that's what makes the scam work.
Right,
is
yeah.
If I don't do it within
it's
the next...
all built-in panic.
You got it. I mean,
Yeah.
it tip of the cap to whoever figured this one out, because it is a brilliant scam
Oh, yeah.
that is getting a lot of people. But, dear Lord, don't click on that link.
Yeah.
No.
And don't respond to it.
Yeah, well, no, can you not respond to it?
Well, don't start like,
wouldn't.
Going back and forth,
Yeah.
hey, what are you
Yeah, I
wearing?
don't know what that leads to.
Eye color, hair color, height, weight, please, measurements.
Start giving them all your information.
Like, because there are some things, like, the less you understand how something works, the more likely you are to fall for something like this. And that's why we see so many folks over the age of 55
Yeah.
falling for these online scams. But when you find something that these scammers did where nobody really knows how it works,
Yeah.
you're going to get everybody, right?
I'd love to know how much money they collect.
Yeah.
Like or at least how much information they actually grab.
Yeah, no,
I
it's-
bet you it's a ton.
You're probably right, man. Because all it takes, I mean, you send out 5,000 of these messages, you get 50 people to bite, drain their
Yeah.
bank accounts.
right.
Damn.
You fat.
Damn.
Because even as good as you think you are at spotting a scam, even with something like this, like you might not click the link right away, but you're not really sure. And unless like you do unless like this story comes out or like a little bit about, how this process is supposed to work, I could see people just being like, better safe than sorry, I'll pay for it.
To your point,
Yeah.
I got this text in the middle earlier this week. We had just gotten back from Ottawa.
Oh, yeah. So you've been traveling.
And my
So
wife...
yeah, you start to think, when was the last time I was on the throughway?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So my wife and I, we took separate cars because I had to leave from work. So I went to my wife. We're nervous, and I'm like, does this look real to you? And she reads it, and she goes, does this look real to you?
Oh, so
And we did a...
so you both got
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, we did a is this real off
Yeah.
for like 5 minutes, and then we're like, if it's a late fee, we'll pay the late fee.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what's the
Yeah.
late fee going to be on a toll that's $4?
Well, it says excessive.
Well, that could be $7.
Well, this is when it pays to be a procrastinator. Because even when I get like emails or something reminding me that something's due, I'll be like, oh, get to that later. And then it takes like usually a couple times for them to email me or reach out to me before I'm like, all right, I should probably do it now.
Yeah.
I never do it right away.
Yeah, let it shake out.
That's a really good point. Well, no, because there are sometimes where you let it shake out and there's a warrant out for your arrest or you're paying an extra
Don't let it
$500.
go
Out for
long.
your, I take it to the
But I never
No,
do it on the first warning.
I'm not saying with this, but
Yeah.
it does happen. I mean, those situations do happen.
Yeah, but I guess the problem is that it looks so legit.
No, I agree
When
with
it
you.
looks like it's going to be a simple process. Oh, I just got to click this link and pay real quick.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this new text scam that New York State is screaming at people, do not fall for. It's a text that they reach out to you. They claim they're from Easy Pass and the New York State Toll Service. They say that you missed payment on a toll. They have a link there that after you press Y, you can click on it. Once you do that to pay your, quote, overdue toll, they got you.
You gotten.
You got. There are two things that are a little bit worrisome about this for me. And
What's
it's
that?
not this specific scam.
What's up?
As we said, the brilliance of this, it's technology that most people don't understand. And as we move forward, and it's happening faster and faster every year, there's more technology that nobody knows how it works.
Sure.
You rely on it, and you don't know how it works.
Mm-hmm.
So the less we understand, which will be happening as time moves forward, the more it opens up for all of us to get ripped off.
Sure.
Right? Like, okay, Kimmy and I knew that Terry Pagula didn't actually follow you on Facebook.
He still reaches.
Okay.
With different information.
Yes, but like with new apps, with new ways to do email, now I sound like you. Damn it.
Hey, go ahead. Keep running your old mouth. Your old crusted mouth.
The second thing, with these scams, when we first saw them like 15 years ago, they were coming from overseas.
Yeah, mostly like Russia and all that stuff.
African prince, whatever
Yeah.
it was, right? And if you gave them money, there was no way to get it back. In the last couple of years, we have seen, with the scam where it's like, hey, your son's been arrested, he needs bail money. These are coming from people in our area because they will send folks in a car to pick up the money.
Get it collected.
You got it. So outside of setting a trap like that, it is a little bit alarming that if these things are coming from here,
local,
that they can't figure out a way to locate where they are and who they are.
Maybe they will eventually. Who knows?
It doesn't help us in the meantime.
It does not.
Till the next scam.
But at least
pops up.
we're scamming local. I don't want to send all these jobs overseas.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Kevin. Hey, Kevin, how are you, buddy?
Not bad. How are you?
Good, man. What do you got?
Hey, I just wanted to tell you, I got several of these texts, and mine all started with 63 in the phone number. So if you look that up online, you always have a country code.
Yeah.
So 63 is actually Philippines.
No, you're right. I'm looking at it right now. +63. You're right.
Right. So if it was the U.S., it would be 1 because we're country code 1.
All right. So here, Kevin.
That's a giveaway anytime you get that.
Kevin, you didn't know off the top of your head that the Philippines was +63, did you?
No.
Okay, good.
I just looked it up online.
Anytime I hear an older man go, I immediately knew that +63 was the Philippines. I got further questions there, John.
Oh, that's where he may have met his wife there online.
Kevin, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to John. Hey, Johnny. How are you, bud?
Good, bud. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
I got that text about a month or two ago, and I almost fell for it. And then I started thinking about it. When places, if you owe money or whatever, they generally don't text you. They more or less send you a letter in the mail, or they call you directly for money you owe. But funny thing about all these scams is I actually had another scam come in around that where it was a letter, which scared me because it was a letter from the New York City's police department from Queens stating that I had a car impounded in their impound lot.
Oh.
And I'm looking out my window. I'm like, both my cars are here.
Well, you figured that one out pretty quick there, John.
Yeah, I'm looking at the letter, and I even called. I'm like, am I getting my identity stolen or something? And the number on there was actually to an actual impound lot. Wow. The name of the detective was actually a working detective. There was a lot of information that was actually accurate from Queens.
Damn.
That is.
But what gave it away as a scam is that it said that the vehicle that was in impound was a truck /SUV/moped. Like, well, which one is it?
It was a truck moped SUV. John, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I would just say, like, Once you see your cars are outside.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Good.
I was just throwing a letter away.
Emily writes us on Instagram. She says, I got hit with a legitimate $50 late fee on $2.37 worth of tolls when I forgot to change my bank account with EasyPass.
Oh.
Okay.
$50?
That's what she just said. I love how you're running your mouth. $50.
That's insane.
That's what I'm saying. People
That's
don't
got to
wanna-
be like years just sitting there.
That's why the scam works so well.
Yeah. Because that's the kind of stuff you don't always keep track of. It's not top of mind.
No. $2.
All right, so look, 3 lessons here.
All right, what's the 3 lessons?
1, don't fall for these scams.
Right.
2, if you are
Do some
worried,
research.
yes, Google. That's
Yeah.
2. 3, if you know someone who automatically knows the country code for the Philippines, stop being that person's friend. Stop it. Let's take a break. Valentine's Day tomorrow, buddy.
Oh, boy, it's crunch time.
You got your plans ready to roll?
Yep.
Kimmy, you got plans?
We
I
do.
mean, she doesn't need plans.
What do you mean?
She's a woman. She just waits.
No, I'm asking if he has told her
Yeah.
what the
Oh.
He's
plans
asking
are.
if we have plans.
Jeez.
Oh, my God.
He's very ornery today.
No, I'm just
No!
saying.
Gotta wait there.
Well, you get her a can of beer and some weed. She's happy as hell.
Sounds good.
Just to zone out on the couch.
The Democrat Chronicle is looking out for you.
What do they do?
And it's probably too late to
Yeah.
help with this information. But
Yeah.
they do give you the most romantic places in Rochester
Ooh.
to go enjoy yourself.
All right.
Here's the thing.
Get a little something.
Romantic, stop talking, is a subjective term.
Yeah, because mama's got a like.
Stop. So when it comes to what is romantic with you and your spouse,
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that you and Kimmy and everybody has a different definition of what they look for, but you think yours is right.
Well, I mean, it's based on what you think your wife thinks is romantic.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Not what I think is romantic, is what she wants.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. How does one define love?
Bona.
Ha!
Rock on one, baby.
For God's sake,
That's what she said.
Kimmy, how do you put it into words? I can't even talk now. Kimmy, how do you put into words the idea of romance?
Not what Tommy just
What
said.
did I say?
Okay.
I forgot.
Everything but that.
Look, I mean, if you haven't figured it out yet, Valentine's Day is tomorrow, so you're too late. And this story in the DNC, it's very valuable for boyfriends and husbands looking to give their lady an experience without breaking the bank. But everyone's definition of the word romance is a little bit different.
Oh, sure.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 8:30-ish, the new queen of Western New York is about to make an effing fortune with a business plan she released yesterday.
Who's the queen of Western New York?
I'm going to tell you, but who's the king of Western New York right now?
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And here's the thing.
She the queen? All right.
She's not the only celebrity that does this because for some reason, when a celebrity tells us to drink this, we go, yes, sir, or ma'am. And we'll get to it just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. The DNC is looking out for you.
What are they reading?
Story this week, 9 romantic places to go for drinks in Rochester.
Oh, cocktail.
You got it. So Valentine's Day is tomorrow. You may need a place, and here's the thing. You're not going to be able to find a dinner reservation most likely. But going out for a drink.
Cozy up at the bar, sure.
Yes, could be possible. And what's brilliant about this story in the DNC, which, by the way, you can go find if you want to go look at the DNC's website, it lists some out-of-the-way little places you may have never heard of.
Very cool.
For example, they talk about Spritz 146 in East Rochester.
Spritz?
You know
I think it's new, right? I think it'll replace another joint there.
What was
on
it
Main
called?
Street.
Oh, I thought you were making a joke.
No, I think
No, I have no jokes. You've heard me do my job.
I think it was another Italian joint before that.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
And I've never been in this place. It looks really nice in the article. Why are we putting numbers on the end of restaurants for no reason?
Because there's already a Spritz.
Is there already a Spritz? Now it's Spritz 140.
This
No.
is the 140. What'd you say? 140.
So it's basically
146?
the address.
No.
It's the
Is that what it is? Okay,
Yeah.
but like my wife would be
Yeah.
like, I want to try this new restaurant. What's it called? Dave's 37. Like there's always a number.
Yeah.
Okay. They talk about a place called Grace and Disgrace on Richmond Street. They talk about Main and Vine in Fairport, and these places look very high end.
All right.
High end enough where you could tomorrow night, in theory, just take your lady out for drinks
Yeah,
and get
quick
away with it.
cocktail, yeah.
You got it. If you take her to a high end place, you could get away with just drinks and no dinner, right?
Right, probably dips at dinner and maybe some apps at the bar.
Well, I don't know if some of these places
Yeah,
serve food,
Something
all
to
right.
pick on.
but
Yeah, so you're saying just the drinks and that's it?
I'm asking if I take you to a high-end bar, because a lot of these places look high-end, fancy, like a place
Right.
your wife would walk into and go, wow, I didn't
Yeah.
know you had this in you.
All right.
A couple of drinks isn't enough on Valentine's Day?
I mean, you're not going to be hungry.
We'll stop
Yeah.
at Taco Bell on the way home.
Okay. I mean, that's satisfying.
Oh, there's going to be some
satisfied me.
tacos, baby. We going to eat a whole of tacos. No, you can't just go tacos. You
Drinks, you idiot.
Tacos don't get you a taco.
No, I don't even. All right.
No, you got to unless
So
you're
you're saying
going
like that if you start high end, you got to end high end.
because all you're buying is one lousy glass of what, champagne or
Well, no, you could stick around for a few cocktails.
Couple of
but is that
drinks.
it? $35 tonight?
So what? I mean, it's not
That's
about
it?
It's not about the money. It's about the time we get alone together in a place we've never
Says
been.
every chintz ass boy
Well, you
with ill intent.
Well, you may only have a limited time if you have kids, right?
Yeah.
So, like, let's say you only have like an hour or two.
Okay, that's different.
Then
but even
that's
then, she's
probably
gonna
what
want a
you're
little
doing.
something.
Okay, look, let's put aside just the drinks.
Stop and get dessert on the way home.
There you go. Yeah, I got some dessert for you. In my pants. My genitals is what I was talking about. As great as this story is for guys,
Yeah.
we may be clueless about how to wow our ladies.
Yeah.
It opens up a door that not many people can agree on.
Mm-hmm.
What is romantic? What makes a restaurant, a bar, a place you are taking your partner for the evening romantic? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, seeing as how you are the king of romance, what do you have to see in a place where you know immediately this is romantic?
It's got to be something that appeals to my wife aesthetically when we walk in. Like, I know what she likes, and I know what she doesn't like at this point in
Okay,
the relationship.
can you give me an example of what she likes to see?
She doesn't want loud. She doesn't want
Oh,
bright.
she doesn't want loud, says Tommy Mulet's wife. Wah, 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 wah. Go on, I'm sorry.
Well, leave me out of it. But, like, I know the kind of joint she likes. She wants to almost feel like she's on vacation when she's at this place, even though we're in town.
I see.
That's the kind of joint.
Gotcha.
So I know, like, that's going to appeal to her.
She doesn't want to feel like she's in Rochester.
Kind of, yeah. And she's going to want to be, like, pampered and like, waited on.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That's it? She wants it to look understated, and she wants to be pampered.
Well, that's kind of what the romance is about, right?
Okay, well, that's what
I
I'm
mean,
asking.
everybody serves alcohol, so there's got to be something more than that because I can take it to any joint that's going to have that drink.
Okay, all right. A nation turns its lonely eyes
Yeah.
to Kimmy as the representative for all women in the break room.
Yeah.
Mrs. Romance Rousseau.
What is romance?
In terms of like where you're going.
Where you're going, yes.
I think it has to feel exclusive. Like whether it's a smaller place or like it has to feel like a place that you went out of your way to get here.
Ooh,
You know
okay.
what I mean?
You had to search it out.
Like it's a place that you're not going to go every day because maybe you got to really get ahead of it to make
Okay.
a reservation, or you got to know somebody, or it has to feel like this is not everybody can come here kind of feel. Even though everybody can, it's got to feel like they can.
Okay, so for example, then this article naming these bars that you may have never heard of before, that would be great.
Yeah,
Oh,
kind of.
yeah.
Yeah, like somewhere that you're trying it for the first time because nobody else has been here.
All right, so you're saying then something more exciting and new.
Yeah, like it's got to be new.
Okay. Because I would argue there's more romance walking you through the door of a place that you guys have a history in.
I think that can also be romantic if it's not a place that you're going to every week.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it can't be like a weekly thing.
It's got to be something different.
So you're okay, but see, here's the thing. I know what my wife likes, and I know she likes new things, but she also has like favorite places. Like I would think taking her to her favorite place, and now I'm
I
questioning
don't think
myself.
you could go wrong there, but it's not going to feel very special.
If it's in high rotation, I would say no.
Oh, excuse me, Suave Mule.
I would tell you, I like that name.
It's not. It was being sarcastic.
I'm going to start calling myself Suave.
Stop calling you Suave.
Tame Suave.
Suave Mule.
Suave Tame Mule.
Like maybe you go to that special
You
cocktail
shut up and
bar.
let Kimmy talk.
Maybe you go to that special cocktail bar before you go to your regular spot.
I gotta go
you
two
know?
spots. Okay, I'm not going to two spots. We're not making two stops.
I will say, the more you, as for a guy, the more you don't like it is probably means she's going to like
No,
it because
you idiot.
you're really doing the things that she really
If
likes
it
to
has
do.
small portions,
Yeah.
she might like it.
If there's a story to every plate you're served,
Yeah.
she's going to love
I
that.
can't stand that.
Right,
man.
but
Fancier
she's
than
going to
this
love it.
plate.
So the more you hate it, the more you're on the right path.
Like I know my husband is really sacrificing if we go to a place where like it's like bite-sized food.
Remember when we all went out one time and we went to a bite-sized food
Yeah.
place and her
Yeah.
husband had to stop and get McDonald's?
He
on
ate
the way
like
home?
half a ravioli.
But that's the kind of thing she enjoys.
252 WCMF. We're talking about what is romance. Democrat and Chronicle puts out a great article. If you're panicked, you got nothing to do tomorrow night. It's 9 romantic places to go for drinks in Rochester. Some of them: Spritz 146 in East Rochester, Grace and Disgrace on Richmond Street, Main and Vine in Fairport. And maybe you can't get dinner reservations yet, but you could pop in for a drink. We're trying to figure out what is romance. So for your wife, then, Tommy,
Yeah.
your wife is a quiet, exclusive,
Yeah.
romantic
Yes.
place.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Kimmy, to your point about exclusive, even the most exclusive places are most likely going to be slammed on Valentine's.
you're right.
So, but
you're
you
right.
may be able to get a seat at the bar if you just want to sit there and have a drink. Like if you just want to get in and do that,
If you
'cause we're
just want
talking
to go
about
there and get in and experience it.
Okay, that's going to suck, though. Okay, you're a small
You better
person.
hope there's a seat at the bar, though, because if you're standing there in a crowd, it's a little
I
awkward.
love you. I love
Yeah.
you, too. Happy Valentine's Day.
But I have taken my wife when we've been out on vacation and stuff. I have taken her to really nice places that we can't afford just to have a drink and check it out.
Okay. So,
And that goes a lot farther than you think.
That makes you sound like such a bum.
I
All
am.
Hey, baby, we can't eat here.
No.
But you can have any
Well,
drink under $10.
but
No.
you're there, and you could say you went there and
No,
experienced
like
it.
so the Park Central. Was it the Park Hotel in New York City?
Sure.
It's like the original joint, right?
Okay.
It's iconic.
Yeah, I can't afford a dinner in that joint, but we went in there and had a couple of drinks and a nap. It was
Yeah.
still super expensive, and you got to experience it. There's no way we're sitting down dinner and dropping $400.
My husband took me to Red Lobster and said I could smell the biscuits before we go home.
The Red Lobster on near Central Park, also really good.
Bro, like, okay, I get the sentiment of what you're doing
And
here.
she loved it.
But here's-
she loved it.
Here would be my panic.
What?
Here would be my panic. Let's say I go do that, and hey, we're just going to go in for drinks. And we
Yeah.
sit down and
And
we
by
have
the way,
a-
the drinks are not going to be cheap.
Understood.
You're going to spend big bank on like 2 drinks and a little app.
You
Understood.
got to be seen at a special place.
But that would be my fear is we sit down, we're sitting at the bar, she sees an entree go out the kitchen, and she goes, oh, I want to try that. And now I'm in for $100.
No, I say no.
You're going to say no.
Turn your head.
Turn your head now, come back, and we're having sex.
I'm talking to you.
I mean, what makes Valentine's Day the most stressful holiday for men, outside of having to compete with every Instagram and Facebook post of women
Yeah.
showing what their man did for them, ladies are not great at dropping hints. Like, I don't know what it is, how it is with you, Tommy, but leading up to Valentine's Day, there are moments where my wife gives off the vibe that she wants to stay home and do something around the house. And then there are moments, like just the next day, where she gives off the vibe that she wants to dress up and do something fancy.
Right.
And you only get one run at it a year.
Yeah.
So, like, I almost am rolling the dice to figure out, are you in an at-home mood on Friday or are you in an out mood on Friday? Because if I play this wrong, we're in trouble.
I don't think you can go wrong with the going out. Because eventually she's going to want to go out and get dressed up. All women do.
Okay.
So I don't think I think that's a safe bet.
Especially
I
on
would
a
say
special
9 times
occasion.
out of 10, even if she's not into it at the beginning, she's going to enjoy it when she gets there.
Is that true, Kimmy?
I think especially for something like Valentine's Day, you to his point, you can't go wrong making a reservation somewhere.
Right.
Okay.
You know, having a plan.
252 WCMF. We got Facebook messages coming in. All ladies, as we like to say, the men call, the women write. Jessica writes us, I don't need a lot. I just want a night alone with my husband and maybe something a little fancy we don't do on a regular basis. See, that's what I mean. What does that mean?
No, that can mean something as
But
simple as...
that she wants to go out.
Yeah, if it's something you're not doing on a regular basis, I would think, that means try something new, go somewhere new.
Okay, no, but again, like I don't need a lot. I just want a night alone and something we don't normally do.
So
What
she
if
wants
that
a plan.
That could be running a carpet shampooer.
But she wants a plan.
Okay.
Have a plan, get a sticky hand. Enjoy your Valentine's
One that
Day.
doesn't rhyme.
Yeah,
2, that's disgusting.
sticky hand and plan.
Plan and hand do not rhyme.
Yes, they
Plan,
do.
Hand.
Hand, plan, hand, sticky hand.
No.
Sticky.
By the way, your whole hand?
Oh, we're going to have a night, baby.
For God's sakes.
That's what she said.
Talk about romance. Let's see if we can get the whole hand sticky tonight, baby.
Let's go to the elbow, darling.
By the way, it was off one of the unreleased tracks off of that Stones album. Sticky whole hand. Stacy writes us on Facebook as we're talking about what is romance. She writes,
Wait, is that Sticky Stacy?
Shut up.
That rhymes.
No, it doesn't.
Sticky Stacy?
Sticky Stacy does not rhyme. That's alliteration. They sound right? Alliteration.
I don't know.
Shut up. Stacy writes, I've learned to keep my expectations low with my fiance. That way
I've given up.
She goes on. That way I don't get disappointed and get mad at him. That is a great policy.
As long as she's not holding a tray at dinner.
Okay.
I'm a happy woman.
What's wrong with holding the tray?
Your wife does not want to go cafeteria style on Valentine's Day.
Wait, too good for a cafeteria?
Yeah, on that day.
Sloppy Joe night down at the VFW.
Golden Corral, please.
Bro, I would kill for Golden Corral.
Valentine's
Okay,
Day, Golden Corral.
Valentine's
You think it's
ain't-
really busy there on Valentine's Day?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to say
Probably.
yes, yeah.
But it's not an all-you-can-eat buffet night.
Why not? You want
She's not going to want. You want some. You want to lay
I don't
down
know.
two
If
bloaties.
it's one of those, it's a Friday night, I just want to, let's go crazy. Let's get every kind of food.
But do you
all
want
at
sex
once.
after you're bloated?
Well, you're going to be bloated.
She doesn't want sex
already.
ever.
That's true. But she's always in the mood for bloated.
252 WCMF.
I'm in the mood for bloated.
Now I kind of want to go to
Just the
Golden.
way you feed me. What?
Now
Oh,
I kinda-
you can't rhyme bloated? Go ahead. Do it.
I'm out.
I kind of want to go to Golden Corral tomorrow night to see if they have like a special Valentine's menu. They probably do.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Steak.
Like fancy one. They always have steak.
No, but probably really good steak this time.
The better. The steak at Golden Corral is good.
Oh, I'm sure it's quality stuff.
Shut up. 252 WCMF. Jim's got it all figured out. He's on CMF. Hey, Jimmy. How are you, buddy?
Oh, not bad. How about you guys?
Good, man. What's up?
Easy way to take care of the problem. Do what I do.
What's
Ask
that?
her what she wants to do.
What did she tell you?
Flat out. She goes, well, you want to go to dinner? I said, Valentine's Day is more for you than it is me. What would you like to do?
I hate this.
So, okay, question. How far in advance do you ask her that question, though? Because if you wait till today or
about a week.
tomorrow. Okay.
All right, so Jim, in your infinite romantic wisdom, right, because you got it all figured out, I could hear it in your voice when you said like this. What did your wife tell you she wanted to do?
We're going to my nephew's steakhouse in Geneva.
Ooh, look at that.
Fancy.
Wow. Hey, Chid's ass family discount Valentine's Day.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wait, is that what you do? Is that what you do every Valentine's Day?
No, we haven't been there in months.
So what'd you do last year?
Last year...
His uncle made him pasta.
I think we went to a place up in Syracuse. I don't remember the name of it. She found it. She wanted to try it.
All right.
So you're doing a little road trip, too.
Yeah, that's fun. That
oh,
does
yeah,
sound
'cause you
romantic.
get a little road action on the way home.
No, you need
Made
two
a
hands.
night out of it. Got a hotel up there. Went to a movie.
Damn.
They say there was nothing more romantic than a Syracuse hotel room. Bayheim staring to the window.
Something to do. Something new to do.
No, Jim,
It was fun.
that is actually a good idea. Hey, tell your nephew we said hey.
All right, man. Have a good day.
All right, bye.
You got
Go to
bored
my
with us.
cousin's restaurant.
Nephew. God, you're the worst at
How,
listening.
like,
Well, it's family, whatever.
no, he literally just said nephew.
Nephew, cousin, same thing.
No, it's because I made a joke with Uncle's pasta
Oh,
and he
so,
got
yeah.
thrown off. Let's take a break.
All right.
Well, talking about having a drink.
Yeah,
the other
you got one?
The other thing is,
What?
and Kimmy, you can back me up on
Mm-hmm.
this. Like all these old school drinks that you've never heard of that were like in the Great Gatsby
Mm-hmm.
have
Yeah.
now become popular again. The hell's a Paloma?
Oh,
and-
I like a Paloma.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Is that old school?
Old 60. So what is that thing? The old 67, old 77, old 107.
You're talking about a 7 and 7.
1077. No, not a 7 and 7. It's like an old 60. I think it's called an old 67.
I've never heard of this.
Okay, that's how old it is, and you're
Damn.
like gonna die soon. What I'm getting at is,
What's that?
You don't just get these at the bar anymore. They're putting them in cans and they're selling them at the grocery
All
store.
right.
And the Queen of Western New York announced yesterday she has a new product.
Oh, shit. Wait, this is hers?
Yes, and bro,
Man, she's jumping right on it.
she's gonna make $1 billion.
I'm sure.
No exaggeration, because you will not be able to say you're a fan of this without having this in your hand at a tailgate party this coming season. And for some reason, when celebrities say, look at this, what I've done, we're like, I'll drink it right now.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. We can pretend celebrities don't influence what we do.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why companies and politicians use them. And one woman who recently became an even bigger celebrity in Western New York just pulled a genius move. Because for some reason, the one place where we listen the most to famous folks involves our alcoholic beverages.
Oh, yeah, we like to drink.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it.
What do you got?
Haley Steinfeld, fiance of Josh Allen and the new queen of Western New York, made an announcement yesterday. The 28-year-old actress is launching a canned margarita cocktail line called the Angel Margarita.
This is like her line of booze.
Her line of booze, canned cocktails that you can now buy at the store. And here's the thing. It's not anything special to see a celebrity jump into the alcohol world. However, Haley Steinfeld is going to make a fortune with this just in the parking lots of Highmark Stadium next season, right? Kimmy, every woman and a bunch of dudes who tailgate in that lot from now on will have the first lady of the Bills in the cooler.
Yeah, I think so. I think especially initially to kick it all off. But I don't. Would you change your drinking habits for it, I guess is the question. Would you become canned cocktail guy or gal if you weren't before?
Okay, me, I would not, but I will say this. I do try to go out of my way every Sunday to find the Zubaz cans of Blue Light, and I get frustrated if I can't
These
find
are probably going to be a little bit more expensive, too.
Okay, Kimmy, do you want to be the one girl not drinking Haley's drink? Josh's fiance's drink in the parking lot?
I don't think it's going to be as prominent as you think once people see the price.
Wrong. Did you see how much it costs?
Well, if it's a canned cocktail with liquor in it, usually you can only buy like 4 packs of them, and it's like $20 minimum.
Oh, really? Yeah, but how much do you love Josh? Do you not love Josh?
Yeah.
All he does for us? He can't support his wife? They're living on a fixed income.
Yeah.
Unless
fixed
it's
$250 million
income.
Unless it's not actual booze in it, it's more of a malt drink, whatever.
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't
get
know.
it at Wegmans then or something?
Yeah, like if you can get it at a grocery store, it'll probably be cheaper.
Okay.
Than if you have to go to the liquor store to buy it.
I can't wait to have this conversation again the day after opening day when I come in and I say I saw 5,000 Haley Steinfeld cans in everyone's hand. You think they'll sell it at the stadium?
Well, it'll depend. It'll depend on how widespread the distribution for it is. Obviously, it's going to be in Buffalo.
Sure.
I wonder, though, if it's going to be one of those things you really have to go out of your way to find if you're not from Buffalo.
All right, quick sidebar question. If Josh goes to the team and goes, hey, can you put my wife's drink in? They have to do that, right?
Oh, yeah, he's the king now.
I would think so.
Would that be
the timing is perfect.
Yeah, I agree with you. Would it be a dick move if Josh Allen went to the Bills and said, can you please put my wife's drink in it? No? You wouldn't think that's a dick move?
No, man. I mean, you got right now you got the juice, right?
No, she's got the juice. He's the quarterback.
Well, he's got the balls, so I say squeeze. Yeah, I would definitely tell. They'll do it.
Okay.
They just want to keep this kid happy. What's a couple of cans of beer on a shelf or whatever this stuff is? Margarita to them, right? To keep the kid happy.
Yeah, I would think like they'll just add it into the lineup, right?
Okay. Getting away from Haley Steinfeld announcing this canned margarita yesterday.
Yeah.
Why do we drink alcohol celebrities tell us to drink?
Because they're cool and they're drinking that and they look cool drinking it. We want to look cool drinking it.
No, but here's the thing. I don't even mean endorsements because celebrities today have cut out the middleman and just started their own liquors and beers. The Rock has Termana Tequila. Kendall Jenner's got 818 Tequila. Snoop Dogg, Gin and Juice canned alcohol. Blake Lively's got Betty Buzz. George Clooney had Casamigos. And those are just the recent ones, right? Actor Ryan Reynolds sold Aviation Gin for like tens of millions of dollars.
Pretty rich.
Yeah.
Jay-Z has sold Ace of Spades, is it champagne, for like over a decade? And it goes all the way back to who might be the originator of this, Sammy Hagar and Cabo Wabo. And that has made him a billionaire.
Yeah.
It's become so prominent that when celebrities get in trouble, it can upend the liquor market. For example, Diddy's Ciroc vodka, which was very popular.
Yeah, the billboards were all over the place.
And MMA fighter Conor McGregor's Proper 12 whiskey, they have taken major sales hits.
Oh, they tanked them.
Yeah, with both of those two men facing serious sexual assault charges.
Yeah.
I mean,
but it's been like that since, from beer with baseball players and football players and all that stuff, I mean.
But I guess there is a slight difference, too, between them endorsing that booze and them actually like owning it, putting their stamp on. You know what I mean? Like creating it.
Okay, but here's the thing. They don't really create
no, I know,
it.
but that's the idea behind it is this is so and so's drink of choice. They selected it. They It's what they like.
Man,
you
all
know what
those
I mean?
country stars have this.
Yep.
And then they have the bar you can go drink it at.
I
right?
don't get that because they're
Toby
not.
Keith had a chain of them.
But they're not at that bar.
No.
Like people go to Nashville just to go to their favorite like musician's
Yeah.
bar.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to be there when you
No.
walk
No,
in.
but they got Toby
But
Keith
it's
had
the
one
fact
in,
that you're
in
there.
Syracuse.
I know.
Like he's walking in the door there.
Well, you didn't. He had a place in Syracuse.
I waited and waited.
No, I mean, look, I understand. For years and years and years, they use celebrities to endorse
Mm-hmm.
alcohol, right? But it seems that we are more apt to buy it and drink it if they own it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I can't figure out why.
Because you're kind of
But do you
supporting
think-
your celebrity.
Yeah.
Because they need our money.
Well, but you keep giving them money. That's how they got all that money, right?
Here's the difference, though. Like, let's use George Clooney. You know I hate George Clooney, but let's use George Clooney as
Yeah.
an example. If I think he's a good actor, which, again, I don't, and I'm giving him money to watch him do what he does for a living. I want to support the guy.
Live out his dream.
Yes,
right.
but no. I want to watch him act.
Yeah.
Therefore, I will exchange my money for his services. He's not a tequila maker. So
No.
the only reason I'm buying the tequila is what? It's not to support him. It's not to
Well,
you know,
that's my
see
question.
what he does.
Is how
But
big
it's-
of a fan do you have to be to seek it out or buy that over something else?
But you do it with everything. Like where Josh Allen thinks has the best chicken wings, right? Or like when I go into Wegmans and they show me Danny's favorite sandwich.
You're the only one swayed by that, by the way. You keep bringing up Danny's
It
favorite.
looks really good. But they sell it like
Go eat
Yeah.
it, bitch.
I don't think Danny eats it. But I've had it. It's very good.
252
But you know, I mean, it's you want to be like them.
WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about Haley Steinfeld, Josh Allen's fiance, actress. She announced yesterday she is introducing a line of canned cocktails called the Angel Margarita. She's going to make a fortune just in the parking lots of Highmark Stadium next season. But when you look at all of these celebrities that own liquor brands now, all of them become wildly successful. Kimmy, I can't think of one that didn't work. Have you ever heard of a celebrity getting into the liquor game and like they lose their ass on it?
Yeah.
I guess maybe you wouldn't hear about those stories.
Well, no,
so
because
much.
that would be like the one that stood out.
Yeah.
You know, oh God, who was that actor that was hanging out with Michael Jackson? Was a big child star of the '80s. Why am I blanking?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh my God,
Yes. I can't think of
Corey
his name.
Feldman.
Yeah.
Was it Feldman?
Yeah. But he was also a disaster.
Well, no. Who's the one that's alive?
No, Corey Feldman just died.
Okay, who's the one that's alive? Corey. There was two Corys.
right.
God.
So what happened to him? What about him?
No, I was gonna make a joke, but now we ruined it.
Okay. So apparently there have been some liquor brands, celebrity liquor brands that failed. Danny DeVito had a limoncello.
Why were we not buying Danny DeVito's limoncello?
It says that he struggled to with like imports
Okay.
into the U.S. Pharrell had a liquor brand called Cream or
Okay.
something like that.
That's just a
Apparently
bad
that-
name choice.
Yeah.
You know.
But
Hey, you want
yeah,
some cream? What?
It does seem like there have been a few that have tried and failed. I don't even know if any of these actually made it to the shelves.
Okay, I'm upset that we didn't support Danny DeVito
I know.
more.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Danny DeVito.
True.
You know what's funny too?
Yeah.
They all sell them the same way. Like it doesn't matter if these are classy celebrities or like big old goofs. The commercial or like the print ad, it will always have them looking debonair. They will be sitting in a room
Yeah.
with lots of leather in the room for some reason.
Yeah.
And they will look off in the distance in deep thought with the glass of the booze they're selling.
Yeah, it's a very reflective moment in their life.
But
in their career.
it's the same
Yeah.
ad for every liquor. It doesn't matter what that celebrity does. I am looking off in the distance with the glass in my hand, and everything in this room is made of leather.
Yeah, and you're contemplating how I got all this leather.
Where could I get more leather?
More leather.
I have started this tequila brand to get more leather. Corey
I think
Feldman.
How bad would it have to be for you to not drink it again? Like, let's say let's say everybody loves Haley Steinfeld. Obviously, we want to support her in Western New York, and let's say you try it and it's just not for you.
Okay.
Like, would you still continue because you want that can in your hand, or are you like kind of done with it if it's like this is not good?
I mean, yeah, you got to bail on it if it sucks.
I
to
don't
you.
know, though, man. Like, some of these liquors that the celebrities have, like, I've tried them. They're not good.
Well, they're probably not for you either.
I don't know. Like, I think you're right. I think people stick with it just because of the name on the bottle. Like, if it's okay, not my favorite, but I'm still gonna buy it.
Like there is a cat. Okay, so like right now they sell this stuff called Mafia Juice. You've seen this, right,
Yes.
Kimmy? It's like Bill's. Is
Bill's
it vodka?
I think. Yeah.
And I've never had it.
It's a Bill's vodka.
I
It's
think
a
they
Bill's
also
vodka.
have
Yeah.
a champagne too.
Yes, I've
There's
seen
like
it with the Bill's
Mafia
logo on it.
champagne. Yeah.
But like of all the vodkas you could buy, the
Yeah.
only reason that this is coming to the parking lot is because it's got Zubaz and a Bill's
Right,
logo
yeah,
on it. You
yeah.
know what I mean? So
Right.
like to answer your question, yes, I think that people will muscle through bad alcohol.
And that's tough to do. Like, Especially if that's your drink for the day and it sucks. I'd have to bail.
Going back to Haley Steinfeld.
Yeah.
All right, Kimmy, do you think that she is releasing this line of margaritas because she has a passion for margaritas? Or do you think she's taking advantage of the Bills tailgate scene, knowing they're going to sell that stuff off the shelf?
Could be both. Like, if you're going to do it, like, do it now kind of thing. I mean, like, the hype has really been around you and Josh lately.
Okay.
And I'm sure she's being embraced in Western New York wherever she goes. So maybe that plays into it. Yeah, I think so.
Is she a bad person if she is doing it just to take advantage?
Why not?
Okay.
Do it now while people are talking about you. It's a smart business move.
No, I agree with you, right? But
So where her heart is at?
well, I don't know. Like maybe she has a passion for stuff like this.
But it is weird, though,
Bro,
too,
she's
'cause
just making some money. She don't care.
it's
Passion
interesting
my ass. Her
because
passion's around him.
But she
goodness.
doesn't. She's not like she doesn't go out of her way to be seen or anything.
She's
You know what I
right.
mean? Like she doesn't command
Maybe
the
we're
attention.
but now maybe we're just starting to see the start of it.
But they've been together for 2 years now.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've never seen photos of her at a game. She's at every game.
Right.
She goes out of her way to not be seen.
Yeah.
And like, here's the other weird part about it: the only way into that stadium, and you saw it with Taylor Swift, you have to walk through the gates.
Yeah.
So like, there's not even really pictures of her like walking in.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like she keeps a really low profile.
Okay.
Like it's.
But you can't keep a low profile. You're trying to push this hooch on people.
Okay, wait. You think she'd be walking around with like a giant blow-up can of the Angel Margarita? Hey guys.
Maybe she may do the advertising for it.
Well, I mean,
Right?
I did see print ads yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, are they rolling this out nationally?
I do not know. I have all we
right.
have is that she is rolling out this margarita stuff.
All right.
So, all right, let's take a break.
All right.
Um,
What's the matter?
we've been outsmarted by birds.
Wait, we have new ones?
No, they're the old ones, and they've
Yeah.
outsmarted everybody that works in the building. That we work.
Oh, these birds.
Bro,
The CMF birds.
they really are the CMF birds because for the last year and a half,
Yep.
we've been doing everything we can to get rid of these things that are living literally right above our heads.
Strategies I didn't know existed.
And
They
Like,
scare the crap out of you.
every single time, how do
Yeah.
we always forget they're up there?
Because I don't know what to do. Like, to let them know I'm there.
Hello?
Hey, I'm here.
No, I don't know if that works.
Okay. And I thought these birds were supposed to be dumb.
Well, that's so dumb.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you, Matt. Like the brain power combined of like 30 people.
Really?
And we're still being outsmarted by what I thought was one of the dumbest animals that existed.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So for the last 2 years, we've had a pigeon problem here at our studios.
Right at the front door.
Yes. So there's like an overhang at our front door. It's made out of stone. And like 2 years ago, this family of pigeons built a nest.
Yeah, they moved in.
Yep, right over where we walk in the door. And when you walk into the door every day, the pigeons freak out.
Yeah, they swoop out.
And somehow we are so dumb that despite the fact that it happens every day,
Yeah.
You forget.
you always forget the pigeon is there, and the pigeon always scares the crap out of you.
And it's dark and it's spooky.
Okay, so the pigeon started crapping all over the front step.
Yeah, so you're crunching on that on the way in.
So the solution was get rid of the pigeon.
Yeah.
And for the last 2 years, they've tried different humane things to get rid of the pigeons, right? They started with some noises, didn't happen. They took the nest down after the eggs went away. The pigeons kept coming back.
Yeah.
They put up these metal spikes.
Yeah, which sometimes you'll see on top of buildings and stuff to keep the birds away.
No place for them to land.
Yeah. The pigeons knocked the spikes down onto the ground.
We walked in one morning and there were spikes all over the ground.
As a message to all of us.
Mm-hmm.
So the newest thing that has been tried by our company here, and again, there have been 20 to 30 people included in this project to try and figure out how to get rid of these pigeons,
Brainstorm.
was an owl.
Yes.
They got a fake owl, and they put it up where
facing where the nest would be.
Yeah, where it would be
Right
to
next
keep
to
the
it.
pigeon away. And for a little while, the pigeons went away.
Okay.
So this is fantastic, right? The owl worked. Well, about 2 weeks ago,
Yep.
I'm walking into the studio, and
Yep.
the pigeon now lives with the owl.
Yes.
Yep. They made friends.
Yes.
They're standing face to face.
There is only enough room for a pigeon to stand
Yeah.
where the owl is.
Yeah.
And the pigeon is now cuddling with the owl at all times.
They're buds.
Yes.
It's like a sex doll for them.
All right. I thought pigeons were supposed to be stupid.
Well, I thought all birds were stupid.
No, crows are like the smartest.
But we kind of
animals.
found out later
No,
on.
I told you that, and you don't want to listen.
And I'm
to me.
still I don't know how smart they are.
Smarter,
any bird.
but let me put it this way: if I did a morning show with a crow, it would be a lot less stressful. It would probably remember what I told it.
Attack your face.
Okay. How come we're getting outsmarted? 30 humans combined are being outsmarted by 2 pigeons.
Well,
For 2 years.
we're
Well,
not.
none of us are experts here.
Yeah, there's no wildlife people in
Yeah.
this building. It's engineers and jerks on the radio.
It's our poor engineers. This is now part of their
Yeah.
job,
Yes.
which it shouldn't be.
Pigeon patrol.
He's not a wildlife guy.
I understand, but like there was a point in human history where we didn't have a wildlife guy, and you had to figure out how to like defeat these things.
Well, because we used to defeat them not humanely.
Yeah.
See, like now we're trying to be nice to birds, and this is
Okay.
what we get for it. Back in the old days, somebody here would have just blown them out, poisoned them, shot them. But we don't do that now. We're nice. They didn't get any smarter.
Are you sure?
We just got more humane.
I do feel like birds living around humans, it does make them smarter. They understand what we do, like we understand what they do, even though we don't understand what they do because we can't get rid of them. Do you think it's the same pigeons coming back, or are these new pigeons?
I thought it was the same
Did they
family.
return to the same place? Probably. Let's see.
252 WCMF. Are pigeons smart, or are all of us just really dumb? Because it's funny, like we bitch about the pigeons. I don't have any solution to get rid of them. We tried everything.
Yes. Most pigeons stay in the same area year-round. They're
Okay.
known to be loyal to their homes and often return to the same places to rest and lay eggs.
Yeah, no kidding.
Wait, so they're Italian?
Yeah, you didn't see that 23-year-old kid pigeon still living with his mother?
Yeah, how does he fly with that big thing around his neck?
You saw the
Oh.
you saw the Dion pigeon. He's got that chain around his neck in that commercial.
Oh, that's right.
No, I mean, I don't want to hurt the thing, but like this is getting ridiculous. This
yeah,
is
but
ridiculous.
it's not really doing anything to you.
It has longer term at this company than like 5 people that work
Yes,
here
that is
currently,
true.
right? I mean, its birthday went out in the email last week. And like, is living around pigeons dangerous? Because they call them rats with wings.
Oh, don't forget they're crapping all over the place. That's not healthy. I'm walking through it. You're tracking it in. I mean, you're walking through.
For like 2 seconds.
But it's still on
It's still,
your shoes.
and it's every day. And by the way, it is like a welcome blanket out there. It is, it's thick and crunchy.
You could go in the other door.
No, I can't. I have to turn off the alarm when I get in every morning.
Well, not you, but crunchy shoes over here.
Crunchy shoes.
Well, I don't want to walk all the way around, take the ramp.
You're gonna be taking the ramp without choice.
I don't
soon.
want to rush it.
No, like can I get sick walking around these pigeons every day?
It's filth.
Kimmy, can you Google do pigeons carry disease, or am I thinking of seagulls?
Well,
Because
they
bro, they
probably
eat-
do
they
if you
eat
touch
dead-
them.
They eat roadkill. They got to be full of disease.
Okay, but everything eats roadkill. I've seen what you've eaten in the past.
Your mom? You set me up for it.
Pigeons are generally not dangerous to humans.
Okay, that's good.
They can.
Don't lick your shoes.
They can pose health risks in certain situations,
All
but
right.
I think it seems like you'd really have to have a lot of interaction with.
I know,
the
you know,
pigeon.
you can't eat them.
Don't encourage people to eat
No,
pigeons.
but you can't.
Okay,
in
stop.
Italy, they eat pigeons.
Yeah.
And they serve them at restaurants.
There's a lot of things they do in Italy that I wouldn't recommend doing.
What, my grandmother?
No, I'd recommend doing her. 252 WCMF talking about pigeons. At least there's not like a bunch of news stories about bird flu in the news recently to make us
I
a
didn't
little more
think of that.
uncomfortable.
Could they get the bird flu?
I don't know. Are they a bird?
Are they a bird? Yes, we're talking
That
about.
was a joke, you idiot. Yeah. They can get bird flu. They're a bird. It's called bird flu. It's not called muley flu. You haven't been fortunate enough to have that spread across the country. Get rid of all you people. Yeah, I said you people. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Pigeons are easy to get rid of. You guys are just dumb.
No,
well, how
he's
about you follow that
No.
up with how to get rid of them?
But he's gonna go kill them.
Can't kill it. I don't want to kill it.
Well, you can't legally do it anyway. You get arrested for being, cruel to animals.
Being a dick. I love how my argument is I don't want to be cruel, and your argument is I don't want to get arrested. You wouldn't have the balls to kill that pigeon.
I just shoot with a gun.
Well, you don't know how to shoot a gun.
Yes, I do. I went to summer camp.
It's also resting on stone, so the bullet's going to ricochet back and hit you. And then you know what? You
Well,
should shoot it with a
you
gun.
know what? I'll stand on your shoulders.
252
for one sale.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I know how to get rid of them. I had to do it for the county and a couple of their buildings, too.
What'd you do?
You get some wire mesh, okay?
Okay.
You have somebody get some Capcom screws,
Okay.
put them in the wall, and cover that completely so it's flat, so they cannot get up into the nest area.
Now, see, we tried that. One of the pigeons opened up a pigeon strip club.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm kidding. It didn't really happen.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it is get wire mesh.
Okay, wire mesh.
Yeah,
All right.
and fasten it to the wall.
All right.
And your wall's brick, and fasten it to the overhang.
Do you think we're doing any of this, bro?
Well, bro, I'm not doing it, but
Two-
it is good advice. I want
Two pansy boys with girl hands is going to go up there
I got
and
man hands.
tighten up screws in the brick.
Don't you dare talk about my hands. I got the manest of hands. I got calluses, bro. Check it out. Look at them. Yeah.
That's from Kettlebell.
Still counts.
Shut up, Tommy.
Yeah, tell him. Mike, thanks for the call. He knows how to get rid of it, Tommy. While you're messing around your mouth. 252 WCMF, a man who is our resident wildlife expert.
All right.
Teddy's on CMF. Hey, Teddy, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
How we doing?
Hey, I think pigeon is very smart bird. Here the reason I said that because where I came from, actually people are betting or raising a bird, and then they bet money.
So he's not wrong.
Oh,
You've heard
pigeon
of
races.
Have you heard of pigeon clapping too? Like in cities, people will keep pigeons as pets, and like based on noises you make with your hands, you can make the pigeons go different places and come back.
No. What you do is they bring two different pigeons from two different owner, and then say you live in Webster, bring that pigeon to Buffalo, and then they're coming back. Who got home first?
No, it was a different thing. And they did have carrier pigeons.
Okay, how does this help us get rid of pigeons?
What we have to do is give it a mission.
There's absolutely no help, Teddy.
What you said.
Doesn't matter, Teddy. It doesn't matter. You have not helped us in any way to get rid of the pigeon, Teddy.
Well, we know they're smart.
Oh my
No,
God!
I can bet on
Actually,
FanDuel.
For you, Tommy, I'll bet anything.
Okay, Teddy, thanks for the call.
Tommy suck.
Looks like we're living with pigeons for the
Yep.
rest of our
Yep.
life. How long do pigeons live?
Oh.
Because we maybe have to ride the
Like
natural.
the standard bird?
Yeah, well, no, I'm just saying a pigeon. Like we got
Well, but when they're
10 years?
No,
2 to 5 years.
we got 3
In
more
the
years.
wild,
of
up to 15 years in captivity.
So, but they'll keep making little pigeons, so we'll never get rid of them.
this? Unless they kick. I mean, do the pigeons kick? They kick the babies out of the nest? Do they find their
No,
own
but they
place?
probably come back because they know how good it
Ah! Damn it!
is. Call Teddy back.
No, shut up. We're gonna take a break. All right. We were talking about Valentine's Day today, and tomorrow night is a night for the wives and girlfriends.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But there are nights where, whether you're a man or a woman, you are going out with your friends.
Mhm.
And it's never like, no one ever sends out a text like, friends only, no spouses, because that would be a dick thing to do.
Right. It's kind of inferred.
Unless you're one of these people. Because it does seem, and we got to be careful with this.
All right, I'm
be careful
cool.
with this. All right. It does seem that there are some people in this world that do not understand.
They don't get it.
Sometimes you don't bring your wife.
Right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on WCMF. time and place, Tommy.
What happened?
There was a time and a place to bring this person to a get-together. And most of the time, you are clear this person is invited.
Yeah.
Because when this person shows up unannounced to a group where others are not expecting it, the dynamic completely changes.
Yes, it does.
And it does seem there are men and women who do not have the social understanding that you can't bring this other person everywhere you go.
Right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
So you got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And for these two unfortunate people that are still stuck in a place they were supposed to be home from almost a year ago, this new plan, maybe you should just live in space forever,
all right.
like just for your own safety.
It's your new home.
Yeah. We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. All right, I got to be careful with this.
All right, cool.
Okay. Got together with some friends a little while back.
Okay.
We went out to a bar. And these are guys I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, your crew, your old crew.
Yeah, and some of them were in from out of town, right? So the invite went out. It was not specifically said, but I think we all assumed it was just like the guys getting together.
The old crew.
Yes. It wasn't anything like, hey, bring your wife, bring your girlfriend. It's like, hey, we're all getting together, blah, 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 blah. But when we got there, one of our buddies had brought his wife.
Oh, boy.
And here's the thing.
Yeah.
She's fine. She's not the best. She's not the worst.
Well, don't say that.
You know the type of person.
She's not the best. You could have just said it was fine.
Okay, I mean.
Could've stopped
No.
there.
What I'm trying to get at is,
She's just there.
You
is
know
what
the
you're
type of
saying?
person I'm talking about. Like, you don't hate them, but they don't bring anything to the table.
Okay.
You know the
Made
type
it
of person.
worse.
You
Hey,
know
it's
the
your
type.
friend.
Okay.
It's your friend.
All right.
But there are those couples that just kind of do everything together no matter what. Like they're just always at each other's side.
I always assume that's like trust issues.
I guess.
You think so?
Well, like if they're really going out of their way to never be seen apart.
All right, well,
so after a while, I just know not to invite them anymore because I just know he's going to bring her and
vice versa.
Not that I hate her or anything. It's just it does change the night.
So to your point, it definitely changed the dynamic of the evening with her being there. And you have five guys that have known each other for like 25 years. And this woman, all of us combined, have met like 3 times.
Right.
And we couldn't be ourselves.
Yeah, it changes. The night's over.
All right, so he and his wife leave first.
Right.
And we're all sitting around the rest of us. And we realize, to your point about some people are known for this.
Yeah.
The last few times we've all gotten together, he has brought his wife, or at the time his girlfriend, and they were the same woman, to everything, despite no one else bringing their spouse. We finally put it all together that he always does this.
But they also don't ever pick up on it.
That's
That's
what I mean.
really pisses me off.
Yes.
Like, I could see it happening once, but this is like the 3rd time, bro. You're not getting this?
All right, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If I were to ask you to describe bringing the wife guy in one sentence, what would...
They're soft.
Where did you think that was going?
No, I don't know. I thought there was going to be, because he's got the, he's talking, and he's got this deep thought. Maybe there was something deeper
No,
there.
but it's always that guy. It's always that guy that brings his old lady everywhere.
All right, Kimmy, do you see the guy who brings his wife or the girl who brings her husband to every get-together as a negative to the party?
As a negative, yeah, because I guess if you're doing a girls' night, if you're doing a guys' night,
right?
I mean, it's kind of implied. Hey, like it's a different vibe here, and like I would also think like that guy is gonna be bored. Like if you come to like a girls' night, you're getting gossip about Bravo of stuff you don't even watch.
Yeah, I don't know any guy like that.
Right.
But for the most part, like I would think it's not so much like I'm offended that you're here. It's like this, you're gonna be bored.
And
this
you bring
isn't for
nothing to the
you.
game. Both sides.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, so Kimmy, you're saying this would be just as awkward for a woman to do this with her husband.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, too, that sucks. Like when bring your wife, bring your husband, gal, girl, guy, whoever shows up, you feel like you have to include that person in everything.
But you can't. You cannot do it. You'll try.
You have to.
And that's why it sucks.
But like every joke, every story now has to have a backstory to include that person.
Oh, it also has to be weighted for the room. So you have to think before you speak. Where when it's just a guy, say whatever you want.
Okay, but like, you know what really pissed me off?
What?
I don't even care anymore. This wife that comes, right? She started like interjecting into like the old time stories. 'Cause you know how it is when guys
Was
get
she
together.
there? Like, was she around?
No,
Oh, okay, so
they've
this
been,
is all new.
They've only
new
been
stories
together
for her.
Yeah, they've all been together for like 8
So
years.
she's chiming in.
She's chiming in, and it's like no, and we're all looking at each other like
Yeah.
and my buddy's like, Her husband.
The chiming is the worst.
But
God, stop chiming.
To your point, like I guess maybe it would be less awkward if this is somebody that you've known for a really long time. You know what I mean?
It doesn't
Like
help.
See, I think
I
it
know
does. Like,
not to even-
it would be less awkward, I guess, if a friend of mine brought her husband around and like I've known this guy for decades. You know, like we all know each other. We all have a history. Like we all know what's going on in each other's lives.
I just avoid those people now. Like I just know, like in general, I just avoid them.
So you have a roster of men and women who you know do this on a regular basis.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know some of them too.
No, but Kimmy, I mean, you say like when you've known each other for a long time, and I get where you're going with this. Like even with
like it's like I don't even. They're almost like a sibling at that point. Like
Yes,
I don't
they
even
are.
care that they're here. You
And
know?
the one is a super chimer,
It's
like a high chime.
High chime.
She has reached a haiku chime, but she doesn't like they
Is that
take
chime poetry? A chime of
Yes.
haiku? A haiku chime?
like she takes over the conversation. Like
yeah,
she just
that's where you have a
hijacks
problem.
it. And
It's-
then I
it's-
love people when they hijack the
I
conversation.
love how he's hijacking the conversation that we were having.
That was my bad. I interrupted him.
I forgot what I was going to say.
No, yeah,
No,
I
they
love how-
they hijack the conversation, and then they don't have a point, and it just runs out of gas.
Okay, but I know guys like that too.
Literally
hate
you
people
every day on the show.
What are you talking about?
Haiku.
Do you
A
think?
haiku chime.
Okay, I am thinking
Haiku chime
of
is
some
my favorite new Dodgers
situations-
baseball player.
I'm thinking of some situations where it's kind of like that fringe buddy or the buddy you don't bring everywhere,
Yeah.
and their spouse actually helps the situation.
Oh, yeah,
'Cause now
okay.
they're more focused on the spouse and less on telling you all their stories and commanding the room.
You're right, but here's the thing. If I'm inviting fringe buddy or guy that's not around, I already have low expectations for the night, so it doesn't help.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And you can cut a fringe buddy off just like that.
Yeah, bang, he's out. 252 WCMF. Went out with some buddies a little while ago. I'm trying to be cool here. And these guys I've known for like 25 years.
Yeah.
A couple of them live out of town. They were in town. All right, let's all get together. We sent out the text. Da-da-da-da-da. One of the guys brings his wife, and she's fine. She's a fine person, right? Like, whatever. But we all kind of thought it was implied that, like, hey, we're just
guy's
all,
night.
you know, yeah. And then after they left first, and after they left, we
Thank God.
realized he's done this.
Do you think they left first because they noticed?
Well, no, because if they noticed, they would have stopped doing it.
Yeah.
She wouldn't have come in the first place.
Well, no, I'm saying like maybe he thought it was a different situation, and then they got there. And they're
Every
like, oh.
time. So this is
Oh, they do it every time.
Yeah, this has happened like
Okay.
3 or 4 times
All right.
over the last like 8 years where he's the only one. And I don't know how we didn't pick up on this until now. I guess maybe when you're dating, it's different. Because like
Yeah.
you don't want to like C-block your buddy.
No, true.
You know what I mean? But because
Yeah.
like that's the other dynamic that's different, right? Like if he was like talking to a chick or like dating a chick, yeah, man, whatever. We'll try and pump you up
Yeah.
and make you look good. You got a ring on it now.
Yeah.
My job here is done. I've done all I can, and you're still a huge ass dork.
So one of the worst things that ever happened was when you're just going to meet your buddy for drinks,
Mm-hmm.
and I haven't seen him in a while, and he doesn't tell you, and he brings his girlfriend, and so it's you, him,
Oh,
and her. It's the worst.
so you are now the third wheel.
And I didn't know she was coming.
Yeah.
And and now I've got to like act interested in this person that I have no interest in. And it makes an hour seem like a year.
No, he's right because you're laughing, Kimmy. He's right. You have to be charming because she's there, right? You
Right.
have to
Yeah.
again inject her
Lie.
in every story. They're gonna
You
start.
can't be yourself.
They're gonna start telling stories about like their relationship that you just don't care about.
Yes.
I don't care. Oh, you went to Nantucket? Shut up! Shut up!
And then they'll start asking questions about you, and I
How
don't want
dare
to talk.
they?
No, I don't want to talk.
Look, Kimmy. When guys get together, we don't ask questions of
No,
each other.
I know you don't follow up
It's-
with any details.
No, it's not
very
up behind the
frustrating.
music, man. I just want to.
Yeah, but you're
He already
supposed-
knows
no,
the story.
Yes.
You're supposed to get the gossip to come home and tell me the gossip.
I don't care.
And there are pieces missing a lot of the times because you guys don't pay attention to detail.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I not just enjoy my buddies and what we like to do?
no, but you also want that gossip too.
If I wanted the gossip, I'd have gotten the gossip.
Yeah, I already know the gossip.
And maybe he's just not telling you the gossip because it's stuff your ears can't handle, man.
And then, so at one point, my buddy gets up to take a squirt, right?
Mm-hmm.
She starts like telling me things she shouldn't be telling
Oh,
me,
no.
and then I don't know what to
Okay,
tell
you
my
secretly
buddy.
loved it though.
Huh?
You secretly loved it though.
No, because this is stuff he needed to know. That she told
Since
me.
when? Since when are you that friend? I feel obligated to do the right thing.
I'm on-
Said never said by Tommy Muley.
I couldn't tell him.
I'm on Tommy's side, but get him. Keep getting him. Get him, Kimmy.
I think I told you the story before. Like she was basically going, "I'm done with this guy."
Yeah.
Okay.
I
After
mean-
she just like was glowing, she started telling. Basically, she was
So you-
gonna break up
So
with
you,
him.
for
and
the
I
first time in your life, felt bad for a buddy.
yeah. And it destroyed
find
him.
that
It
hard to
destroyed him,
believe.
and I knew about it, and I couldn't because he's not going to listen.
I know. I get it.
But she pulls this move, man. Florida, I hate it. And she was South Florida, bro.
Okay, but here's the problem.
What?
As we bitch and moan about bring the wife guy, bring the husband Gail, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is one major problem in keeping this from happening.
What's that?
It's not like you can send out the text to everybody that explicitly says no
Guys
wives
only.
or no husbands.
Well, you could say, hey, guys' night.
No, because one, that sounds super suspicious.
Right.
2, how do I explain that to my wife if she sees it? 3, it makes you look like a dick.
All right.
Because if I tell my wife, hey, I'm going out with the boys,
Yeah.
she just kind of knows.
Yeah.
But if my wife didn't know that, if she wasn't that person that like picked up on that, because maybe there are some women that don't, or some husbands that don't, I'd have to look at my wife and be like, no, you can't come.
Yeah.
You can't come
Really?
to this.
Because we have in our like group chats like husbands or no husbands, and then it's either one or the other. Like
That's
we
a good way to do
specifically
it.
spell it out.
That's a great idea,
You're
though.
telling me
I don't
that you
think none of you guys are going to be offended if we say no husbands.
Okay, but I know wives will be offended if your wife can't come. Why? What are you doing? Where you been, you son of a bitch?
Where am I going? Where the hell are you going?
I see, but-
You think your wife? You say that your wife's like go do
Yes,
your thing. Like
yes.
please leave the house.
No, I understand, but if it's something she wanted to do and was like, "Oh, I'll come along," I can't
What would
look
you
her-
be doing with your buddies that your wife would want to do?
anything you're not there. I don't know.
At this stage of the game, you're not getting into any trouble.
Try me. Yo, you're right.
Everybody
I know.
did. They were very disappointed.
Don't you always wonder? I do wonder.
What?
Like what the dynamic is as to how the spouse ended up there. Because it's possible that they both just agreed they want to be together.
Mm-hmm.
It was like their chance to get out of the house.
It's possible that the husband or wife looked at their partner and was like, I want you to come with me.
Mm-hmm.
It's also possible that the spouse looked at them and said, you're not going to go without me, are you? Like, which one is the worst one? That you don't have the balls to tell them no, that you cannot leave your spouse leave the house without your spouse, you want to be there, or you're so connected at the hip all the time that you've just decided this.
Do you think there's a fourth option?
What's that?
Guy who thinks he has the cool wife or girlfriend.
Oh, you're right.
It could
Like
be.
she's one of the guys. Like they don't care if she comes. She's one of the guys. They all love her. She's the cool one.
They never
I think
are.
I think that there are some guys with that mentality too. Of like, well, I have the cool spouse, so there's an exception. Make an exception for me.
I mean, most of the people I know that do this are like two really needy people that found each other and they feed off of it.
So you're saying that it's a mutual decision.
Okay.
Yeah, and they just do everything together. They're just joined at the hip. They hold hands constantly.
I hold hands with my wife constantly. What's wrong with that?
Nah, this time and place for
A
that.
lot of PDA. Me and my wife are all in a PDA. I mean, I don't blame her. I get it.
Yeah, your big clammy mitt. And I know where that hand was, boy, back in the day.
What? Why would you know that?
It was knee deep in nachos.
My wrist was knee deep in nachos.
That's how deep you went, man.
Good chain. How deep is your nachos? One of my favorite Bee Gees
How
songs.
deep is your nachos?
How deep are nachos? How deep are your? I really want jalapenos. What's worse, needy guy, Kimmy,
Yeah.
or couple that just decides we're going to do everything together all the time?
Probably needy guy.
Okay.
I think couple that decides that they're gonna do. If it's a mutual, like we just want to be around each other all the time. Good for you. I'm almost like jealous of both of you that you're both on that much of the same page. Where
Listen to her try to play political
where
now.
you're
but
both.
she's
well,
right.
no, but I'm saying like where you're both like neither of you are bothered by it ever.
Because I would like, don't you all want to break from each other once in a while? Like, you're just constantly there.
Okay, but again, you can't say that out loud because if your wife heard you say that about her, she'd flip
I think,
out.
like-
But that's
But
not
even you could admit like your wife wants a break from you sometimes.
I get it.
And you admit that you want a break from your wife?
Oh, no, she's one of the good ones.
There you go. Kimmy can say that about her husband, and her husband's just got to take it. I can't say I would like a break from my wife.
I
please.
understand. I
Okay, no, you don't, because you keep siding with Kimmy, and I've been trying to tell you for 10 minutes. You can't say it out loud. It's a problem here. You know, here's the other thing too. Like, are you dying, please? As we talk about the guy who always brings his wife to everything, the woman who always brings her husband to everything. Like, if it's a situation where, you know, the person going to see their friends or whatever is like, I want you to come with me. If my wife were to invite me out to drinks with her friends, I couldn't tell her no.
No, of course not. You had to go.
I'd have to go and put on a face, and her friends would hate I was there. I would hate being there.
Yeah.
But the only person oblivious to this would be the partner that took them. And that's why I'm trying to figure out the dynamic. Because, look, man, I'm in the mood now where, like, just based on how the night went, I don't like this woman.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like my buddy for bringing her, but I really don't like this woman for having to ruin it. But it may not have been her fault. He could have looked at her and said, I want you to come tonight, and she can't tell him no. Ugh,
Yes.
Maybe we should like teach something in school, like one course when you're in like middle school, places you should and shouldn't bring your
It's
eventual spouse.
it's a certain type of etiquette, really.
Thank you. Yes.
You know, time and place etiquette.
All right. Let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Time to pitch it up, buddy.
That's why we got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. These people are still up in space.
Yep.
We're like a month away from it being a year.
I don't know how you don't go crazy.
They could be going crazy. I don't know if anyone's talked to them lately.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. It may not be that much longer until they get to come home.
All right.
But
Well, we've heard this before.
We have. Even from the company that says they're going to get them home. And based on the new plan, maybe for your safety, you should just live in space forever now. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF! Like, I'm not saying this isn't terrible for your mental and physical health.
Yeah.
And I understand that you may be at a point where any option is a good option. But based on how things have gone and the new plan to get these people home,
Yeah.
maybe for the sake of staying alive,
All right.
you just live in space now.
Forever.
For me, you are now spaceman.
All right, you're the
And
actual
woman.
space people.
Yeah.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday. When you want to hurt someone in the street, we can't call him short or stupid or point out how if he looked at his wife and said, you can't come to this tonight, he would immediately lose his free room and board in Pittsford. You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of,
Oh, I'm bad, Duffy. I'm scared of everybody's wife. I don't want them coming around. I want to talk to my boys with my little man mouth, but now I got to hold my tongue because I'm just a tongue-holding little bitch on boys' night.
you were literally on my side the whole discussion.
Yeah, but I needed something.
Okay. We take all your bitch voices, we run it back. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now. Let's CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
So why don't you do it then, bitch?
Because I'm a bitch.
Oh, my name is Tommy, and I can totally dine and dash high-end steakhouse with cocktails, but I won't do it because I'm scared of my name in the paper because I'm a scared-ass spoon-wearing little bitch.
I'm a little lamb chop like me. Can't go in the joint. It wouldn't last an hour. Bad, Duffy. I was in the ice storm. It was really scary. I had to go freeload on my grandmother's house and play Nintendo. It was so horrible. Because I'm just an ice storm scared little fat boy.
Oh, you do this at Kimmy?
No,
Go
I
ahead.
can't.
No, go ahead.
Legally, I cannot.
Oh, my name is Tommy, and I got quick kiosk jokes, and I didn't realize it until Kimmy set it up, and I tried to take it, and I blew it because I'm a scared-ass nut kiosk game little bitch.
My kiosk is for men only.
So I did the Australia trip back in 1999.
Ooh, I'm down under.
Ooh, I
I'm bad, Duffy. When I used to go to house parties, I used to get strung out on the cheese dip because I'm just a dip-sucking little bitch.
Here's what a spoiled-ass bitch he was, Kimmy. His parties had cheese dip. Because I wasn't there. I don't get to be a part of the ice storm team, so I don't think the ice storm was that bad.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm dressed like I'm going to hand you a religious leaflet this morning because I want to tell you about the future.
See what Jesus does to your mouth when you try and hurt people?
Well, that's why I need to listen to you. Because I look like a religious little bitch.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
Okay, so we've talked about this story a couple of times in the last, 8 months.
Okay.
The astronauts that are currently stranded in the International Space Station, if you were unfamiliar with this story, Boeing, the plane company.
Yeah, the Star Dreamer liner.
They have a space division now. It's called a Starliner?
Yeah.
Star Dreamer, something like this.
It's like a plane for the space.
So they went up in the plane for the space and docked with the International Space Station.
Yeah.
They were supposed to spend a week in space.
Right.
And week went by and they didn't come home. And NASA said everything was fine with the ship, no big deal. We're just going to keep them up there a little longer.
Yeah.
And that turned into 2 weeks and 3 weeks. And they've now been up there for, 9 months?
And they can't figure out what to send up to get them?
All right, so
'Cause
initially...
I thought they got other stuff laying around that works, don't they?
Well, you'd think. So NASA has been stuck here. The Boeing capsule that brought them up to space...
The Star Dreamer.
Yes, it has landed safely back in September in the Gulf of whatever. But they say there were thruster problems they anticipated that appeared during the descent. So I guess it's a good thing they didn't come back down on that.
Right.
By the way, this has been such a disaster for Boeing that they are looking into the sale of its space business.
Good idea.
Get out of the space game. So early on in the process, when they were stranded up there, SpaceX, owned by Elon Musk, offered to give them a ride home.
All right.
So then that became the plan. But a whole bunch of delays happened, and then questions that weren't answered about why SpaceX couldn't help them out. Well, it was announced yesterday that the astronauts may have a new way back home.
Hey, they should try this other agency I've been hearing
What's
about.
that called?
NASA?
They're behind.
That does this?
They're behind all of this. So
They don't have a rocket to go get these people?
So remember, they cut the funding for NASA and started outsourcing it seems, and if I'm wrong,
So they
252 WCMF.
privatized.
Yes, with SpaceX. So
All
now
right.
NASA and SpaceX
Boeing
work hand
got
in
in
hand.
there.
Yeah, Boeing. There you go. Well, Boeing didn't work out so well. So it was announced that on March 12th, the pair that has been stranded in space for months will return on an a SpaceX Dragon capsule. It's going to leave Earth on the 12th and bring the crew home. They have spent 250 consecutive days in orbit.
Good God.
So I thought this was supposed to happen a while ago.
It was.
Like,
It
I
was.
thought the space SpaceX shuttle was going to, there was another date that they had in mind, and then that came and went.
Yep.
So I kind of figured that it wasn't happening anytime soon.
So that thing you just said now,
Yeah.
it sounds like a piece of junk.
Dragon capsule? What's wrong with that?
It sounds like some old stuff that they found in a warehouse. Hey, remember we were working on that dragon thing? Fire that bad boy up, see what we got.
Well, it's interesting you say that because according to livescience.com, the place where everyone goes for their science,
Oh, yeah, we all do.
the plan was to have a brand new Dragon capsule made and to bring them back.
But
They're going to use a previously used Dragon capsule.
okay.
Because the hook of SpaceX was being able to use ships over and over and
right,
over.
so this one probably has like ashtrays in it and stuff.
Okay.
I would be nervous if I were these astronauts.
I'd be dying just to get the hell out of there and go home.
You think,
Burn
though,
my
at that
ass
point,
up.
you think you're more content staying up there until they find a safe way, or are you just like, I'll take the risk, give me what you got?
Well, here's the problem, Kimmy. If I'm thinking out loud here, if I am space people that have been in space, there's nothing at this point you can tell me that I am for sure is safe.
Right.
Because so many opportunities have come and gone that just didn't happen
The
for whatever
longer it
reason.
goes, the more I'm nervous.
Exactly. So I'm serious when I say this.
Yeah.
If I am one of these astronauts, maybe now, for the sake of staying alive, I just live in space.
No, I got to get out of there.
Yeah.
Well done, man. You're
You
going to
gotta
go
be
crazy.
going nuts.
By the way, it wasn't designed for all these people, so you don't have ideal living conditions. You're probably sleeping on something that wasn't even meant to be a bed.
Oh, you're sleeping on a couch futon.
Yeah.
Or a space futon.
Wait.
Futons in space. I love how Kimmy has to coax us into the joke.
I'm thinking like, man, go find one of them old shuttles, man, and bring it up here and get my ass out of here.
Yeah, like one they used in like 86 that Big Bird was supposed to be on. Oh, no. No, man, I don't want
How long
old
are
stuff.
I do wonder.
What else you got?
That's my point.
How long they think like a person can stay in that kind
Without
of
going crazy?
Yeah, in that kind of atmosphere without really going nuts.
So the astronauts, during being interviewed, had said that, yes, they're having a hard time mentally dealing with this because normally when they send you up to the space station
temporary.
And you're doing a job, you have a job there.
And then you leave.
They
You're
have-
just sitting.
They have not had a job the entire time they're there, although, funny sidebar, due to this, the female astronaut has set a record for the most non-consecutive spacewalks hours.
Oh.
Yeah, because she had nothing else to do. So she's taking the dog for a walk in space.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you can't even get any fresh air.
Yeah, it's space.
Yeah.
In space.
That's what I'm saying.
No one can hear you breathe.
I would be so crazy. Call Red Bull. Get something up here.
Oh, Red Bull.
Send one of them crazy biplanes to that capsule the guy parachuted out of back in this. Get me out of here.
How are they not running out of supplies?
Well, so
They've
it
been
turns
sending
They
that
can
up?
resupply. They
Yeah,
just
okay. Can't get 'em
hitch a
home.
ride
All
with
right.
the truck.
Gotcha.
So
It's like sitting in the back of the Amazon truck.
they are currently in the space station with Russian and I believe Japanese astronauts.
All right, so we get along with half of them.
Okay, but that's just it. I mean, are those countries not able to bring them back? Do the Japanese supply their own spaceships for this? Or do they go
I've
through
never
other-
heard of it like a Japanese rocket going up.
Japanese
So-
rocket, my second favorite Dodgers player right now.
Russia, obviously, but I don't know. I don't think they had their own space program.
Japan?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they do.
I mean, I've never heard of it.
Well, so yeah,
I mean, China got it.
China
Russia
got a space program?
Yeah, and so does India.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Like, can they send people up to the
I
international
mean,
space station?
they're not. I don't think they're at the. They're all at the same level.
Okay.
But I know they have their own space programs.
Okay.
What?
I just heard the way you finished that. No, I don't believe you.
No, China definitely does because they're
No,
trying
yeah,
to. China's got a space program. They got astronauts.
We've looked this up. There are a lot of countries with space programs.
No, but I mean, like at the level of this,
Oh.
I would say China would be the other one to help us out.
No, you don't get along with them either. Not great.
Well, they want to cool it with the terrorists for a few minutes.
Yeah, bro. Can you imagine being these people, knowing that other countries, maybe you're taking home and you're reading the news? Oh God, no! Oh God, no!
Well, you'll have to negotiate with them.
Please stop!
Like the Russians probably have rockets that could do this.
Bro, if my American rocket can't get me home, there is no way I am trusting a Russian rocket to get my ass back.
It
to
runs
Earth.
on kerosene.
Bro, there's story. They know that Russian astronauts in the early space race died, and they didn't tell anybody about it. They have audio of a Russian cosmonaut burning to death in a capsule, and they never made it public that guy was killed.
That was the old Russians. The
Yeah.
new Russia's pretty chill.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it seems like it's pretty nice.
It's not like the guy in charge used to be a big part of the bad old Russia. Kimmy, you were saying, I'm sorry.
I don't remember.
All right, 252 WCMF. We're talking about these astronauts still stranded in space. There was now a plan to bring them home on March 12th, but it sounds a lot like a plan that didn't work out a couple of months ago. Also, they're using a used capsule from SpaceX, and I'm saying, man, whether or not
so this is like something was sitting around.
Well, I mean, that's the design of SpaceX.
Yeah.
That was the hook they used. We're not going to have to build new things all the time. But with all the mistakes that have been made and all the problems that apparently have showed up, if I'm these people, I'm just living in space. I'm living in space forever.
So you can give me a guarantee.
Let's talk to Bob. Hey, Bob, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys, I got a question.
Sure.
All right, so you're going to stay in space forever and never get laid again?
Do you want to die, Bob?
That would be better than not getting laid.
Bob, when's the last time you got laid? Come on. I mean, a really good one.
Well, probably about 5 hours.
Who were you with?
Oh, I can't tell you that.
No, you're supposed to say Tommy's mom. We set you up. The pins are there.
Come
the
on,
bumpers are
Bob.
on the lane, and you couldn't throw the ball, Bob.
Well, yeah, but then Tommy's wife's going to be upset if I say his mom, so what do I do?
And you stumbled over the final punch. You thought it wasn't even
You
good.
think you're part of the space program.
Well, there's a lot of space between words in that punchline. Bob, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. So we did look this up.
Yeah.
You cannot physically have sex in space.
It doesn't work?
Yeah, remember
Is it gravity?
Gravity affected something to do with
It makes it much harder for you guys
to
put it
maintain
that way.
to maintain your
But
rocket
even-
ship.
But even with Viagra,
I don't. Did you bring it with you?
I would. They
No.
should have some up there.
Why? No, you don't want astronauts having sex in space.
No, but let's say I just want to, pleasure myself. I could do that. It'll work.
Yeah, you want that floating around? Duck!
No, you put like a tissue over it. Like this.
Bro, there's gonna be
To catch it.
there's gonna be particles. You'd have to do it into a jar.
But bro, they have to. You cannot be
Yeah, no,
in
they
space.
don't.
Yes, they do.
You can't maintain an erection in space.
No, but they
I don't think
have
it's
to
easy.
pleasure themselves in space. Men
I
have
think we've
to.
read that it's possible, but it's very difficult.
Yes, and even if you had Viagra, I mean, it all has
But even the guys back in the old programs, they said they rubbed one out.
No, they didn't say that.
Where's that in the book?
Buzz Aldrin took communion. I don't think he was cranking one out in the capsule.
Of course they did. You didn't want to clean that thing back in the old days.
Bro, all those dudes were like sitting shoulder to shoulder. How would you even pull that off?
Listen, man, when when the guy's sleeping.
Oh, well, there's that famous audio from Neil Armstrong.
Okay.
One small cranked man. I can't finish. Hello, Neil and Buzz. Pat and I are sitting here right now, and when you get through rubbing one out, we're all excited for you to come back down. Be careful on re-entry. I hear that stuff can really get spread around.
You know why that third guy's name is never known?
Right.
They caught him doing something with a 9-iron.
Oh, Tom Collins.
I'm sad you know that. Go ahead.
He's a hero.
He's a guy that got left behind. You stay up here. We're going to go do the cool stuff.
Okay, so I don't know. We're just going to take this with a grain of salt.
Okay.
All right.
But according to a quick Google search, male astronauts can JO in space. In fact, NASA has informally encouraged male astronauts to JO
They practice
regularly to prevent certain
That centrifuge
issues.
thing?
It says it can prolonged space travel.
Ready?
You're on camera. I'm just going to keep reading. Prolonged space travel can lead to a buildup of prostate secretions and bacterial growth.
Wait, secretions in space?
So JOing
Secretions in space! You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
So JOing regularly can help prevent.
So
these things.
all the boys pulled it.
No. No, the last article we had said they can't.
I don't know. I'm saying this seems like limited
Ground
research
control,
here.
stop touching your dong.
No, but like here's the thing. They don't have their own rooms.
No, but
So there's female astronauts up there.
yeah, but there's gotta be cubby holes and stuff,
Oh,
especially
really?
at the space station.
What are you doing in there?
Yeah, like,
Nothing.
They gotta
Oh.
go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
right?
the
I would assume
bathroom.
you have some privacy.
Man, who
in it.
gets to clean that up?
There's a difference.
Hey, get the space scraper.
We come back, wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF. that's going to be a Rapperoo.
Adio, Thursday Rapperoo.
For a Thursday break from CMF that makes tomorrow a Friday. You know what that means?
So we're going to get it creepy.
That's right. Creep kept coming at you and a whole bunch more stuff, but we got to get out of the way, mostly because I can't look at you anymore after you just did an impression of an astronaut playing with himself in the centrifuge of zero gravity, the G-force.
Thank you for your service.
Bro, that's going to hit you right in the face.
Well, that's what they call, you got the right stuff in your face.
Yeah, he's done. He's out of gas.
Yep.
Kimmy. All right. We got to get out of the way?
Yep.
For Kimmy, who started all of this, you did this.
I'm just doing the proper research
Right.
so we can give the people the facts they need.
Thank God. Now we know.
For Tommy Muley, who, thank the good Lord, he never got to go to space camp as a kid.
Yeah, I would have been really good in that centrifuge.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning to the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.